it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell ya, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. No, oh, oh, oh. And I ain't never gonna stop. Come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell you, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Never gonna stop. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. I ain't never gonna stop. No, no. Oh, I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna stop now, baby. Never gonna stop now, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
listening? Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? I figured I'd pull Marc on since he wasn't doing anything tonight, and since he's cloudy up there, and just let him go to town telling you about the moon and answering any questions that you got. He's going to be doing most of the talking as I'm sitting here trying to get you some pretty pictures, but I will be around, and I will be like in and out, back and forth. But he's your guy, so if you want to ask any questions to him in the chat, feel free. Once again, I am here as well, kind of just doing my job. And Paul's doing an absolutely marvelous job tonight. So what is up, Marc?
Hey, how you doing, Keith? Thanks for having me on.
Good. Good. And it's all yours, buddy. Mi channel, su channel.
Oh, gracias, senor. De nada. I mean, no, not de nada. Gracias. You say de nada.
Exactly what he said. I have no
exactly.
idea.
It's nothing. De nada.
Yeah, you're not good at spelling.
That's okay. Yeah, no, so I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you first.
Oh, I was saying, Mr. Culpepper there in the chat actually missed somehow. I think that's the first thing we talked about the other night was the difference between complex. If you wanted to start there and just go real quick, the difference between complex and regular craters, just to give him a kind of feeling of he figured it out, and then you can just go on from there.
No, I'm sure because a lot of folks have already heard it, but I mean, I'll just go through it quick. You know, the moon has several kinds of craters. There's complex craters, there's simple craters, and there's terraced craters, which are part of the complex family of craters. What the difference is basically depends on the gravity of the body, how much gravity it has, and how much energy the impactor, the meteor coming in, has, or the asteroid. When it strikes the moon, the nature of the resulting crater depends on all those factors. So, in low velocity, small body impacts, you're going to get a round bowl-shaped crater, and there's plenty of those on the moon, and they're round on the bottom, not flat. That's because they haven't cracked open the moon, so to speak, and had lava come welling up from underneath, or the impact didn't have enough energy to melt the resulting regolith and lunar soil that it hit. So that substrata that it hit doesn't melt, and basically the meteor gets obliterated, but the bowl-shaped crater is what remains. You also have other things too, and people say, well, you know, the craters are always round. That's actually not true. There are craters that are elongated, but they're mostly round because of the fact that by the time they reach that final velocity to strike the moon, they're actually falling straight toward it or hitting straight toward it because the moon does have gravity. If the moon didn't have gravity, it was just a round ball sitting out in space, then if you had objects heading for it, it would actually strike it at any and all angles, and it would be all oblique. You'd have all kinds of skip craters like water skips on, stones skipping on water, but you don't, and that's because the moon has gravity of its own and tends to align all the impactors so that they're falling straight toward it. It pulls them straight toward it. You can see this if you get that universe simulator that we're going to use on cloudy nights, and we're going to actually show this when we get going, actually.
I love
not tonight.
That what is it?
Isn't
Universe
it?
Sandbox is one you're using? The
Yeah,
second one?
Universe Sandbox 2, which is actually very... You can set it to use real physics and be very, very realistic. So you can actually start with a moon, just a moon, with its gravity, and it's all mathematically correct. It's all modeled properly so that anything that you fling at it, and you can fling stuff at it of any size, will just like, you'll see it arc toward the moon. And only if you give it very, very high velocities that would be unrealistic, does it actually skip off the moon, or skip past the moon, or skip through the moon sideways or whatever, and not hit it straight on.
And let me tell you, anybody that can afford that software, it's really, really good. I mean, it's a really, really good physics software. It's definitely worth the price. I think on Steam right now it's something like $26. And
worth it.
I used the actual thing to prove about the whole Nibiru thing, where I took a brown dwarf and I actually stuck it out in the Kuiper belt, and I aimed it towards our solar system, sending it towards our sun, just to prove that the effects it would have on our solar system. And it was having massive effects on our solar system before it even got out of the Kuiper belt.
Right, it would wreak havoc on Neptune's and Uranus's orbit. It would yank Saturn and Jupiter around. I mean, it would do all those things, and the bigger an object's gravity, the more damage it can do, so to speak. So you're right. It's pretty cool. and so that software is called, again, Universe Sandbox, and there's a second version, Universe Sandbox 2.
Yeah, and just before you buy it, make sure you have the power of your laptop or computer that you can actually power, because it does take up a lot of CPU, because it is basing everything on real physics, real gravity, you know, all that special math that Marc knows oh so well. So it does use a lot of CPU when you're actually using it, but it's great if you want to just take some Earths and collide them together, or if you want to add another planet to the solar system and see how that would affect everything. It just works great. So,
and here's what I got to tell you this, Keith. It's very interesting watching what happens when you actually collide something in real time. People think, oh, if a Nibiru hits the Earth, it'll be over in an instant, or in a half a minute, or whatever. No, it'll be over in hours, because that's how long it'll take the planet to actually strike the Earth and complete striking the Earth. Yeah. It's not like this happens fast, you know. And when you set it to 1-to-1 speed, you actually see gravity take over, and then those forces of gravity dictate how long it actually takes for a collision to occur. These planets will be sinking into each other and striking each other for a long time, and as they do, Universe Sandbox 2 actually shows the shock wave expanding out from the source of impact, and you actually see it.
The water. Why can't I think of words tonight? It's been the hardest thing for me to do. No, the water. What do you call it? Evaporation.
Oh yeah.
It evaporates out from the thing, and I just want to mention too. Also, this is probably the clearest I've seen Aristarchus that Paul has ever done tonight. It's very clear. You'll see it coming up on your screen if you don't already.
Well, yeah. I think that I'm looking at that beautiful rill right there.
It's just amazing. He is on point tonight, man.
Well, the moon is definitely, the sky is definitely clear. I mean, having that tropical storm the other night come whipping through, that actually the ensuing weather wiped out all the dust from the air and
I know you can see the color differentiation from from inside actually Aristarchus itself, from the light, the reflective to, you can actually see the you usually don't see that unless you see it in a real dim image, but he's actually getting that light, like that contrast between areas actually in the crater itself, which is
You mean awesome. The crater walls?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you have it in color now, don't you? It's still in black and white. It looks like
he hasn't fed me color yet. Now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still in black and white. I'm pretty sure he'll switch it here soon, once it gets up a little bit, because we don't want that color messing with the aberration and stuff like that. So he'll usually wait till it gets, maybe 5 or 10 degrees away from the top. So.
Yeah, because I was noticing the other night there was and it's called what Keith's talking about is something called chromatic aberration, where at the edge of sharp objects you see a little rainbowing effect, like a red line, a little reddish artifact, or it could even be blue.
And a lot of people mistake it for an atmosphere or something on the moon, or
Yeah, so I've had so many UFO cases where people said that the moon really has an atmosphere, and it's part of the flat Earth crowd. They come in and do that. Whee! That's fun. This is funny because when you see that chromatic aberration, as an astronomer, I look on it and I say, oh well, that's chromatic aberration. Darn it all. Every astronomer hates chromatic aberration. They want to try and get lenses that prevent it. Cheap lenses make it happen. Like it's supposed to happen, but it's not. It's not supposed to happen. It's not, in fact, part of the optics at all. You're not supposed to have chromatic aberration. Good lenses won't allow it. Bad weather will allow it. Low astronomical objects that are lower to the horizon will allow it to happen, because sharp objects, just like starlight, a point light of star, it looks like it's always twinkling, doesn't it? Well, that twinkling is due to the atmospheric effects on it, as you know, and when a edge of a crater, which is nice and sharp, like a star is pointy, is getting diffused by the atmosphere a little bit, that light from that crater can also start to jump around a little bit, and it tends to go in the red or the blue direction, and it tends to give you a little bit of a strange waviness that you can see. Chromatic aberration actually is caused by the lens system, and typically it's off the center axis. When it's near the edge of the field, you might see chromatic aberration. And the center of the field tends to be good, and in a telescope you also get something else, and the edge of the field in a telescope typically can't, or not typically, but in some cases, like a telescope that has a very low F ratio. That is, it's a rich field telescope, shows a wide field of view. The telescope can actually show something called coma, where the stars look a little bit elongated near the edge of the field, and they all point toward the center of the field, like they have tails, like little tails, like comets, which is kind of funny. And that coma is the bane of astronomers, and we hate that too. But my telescope in the Sky Tour live stream, which we do as part of astroimaging.com, along with Keith and Bill New York Skywatcher, Keith and Paul. We hate to see this coma. We hate to see chromatic aberration, and we're improving things. We're improving things. So little by little, I was actually out there last night, and I had the telescope open for about 3 hours, and I was doing something called collimating. My telescope is a Schmidt-Cassegrain, like this one here. This is an 11-inch scope that Paul's using, and it's a Celestron. It's a Schmidt-Cassegrain, I believe, isn't it? It's not a. Yeah. It's not one of the Celestron. The other type of Celestrons, right?
The HD something or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe it is.
Okay. Well, as a Schmidt-Cassegrain, what happens is, and there's a name for this. It's called a folded optical path. What the heck does that mean? It means the light comes in through the end of the telescope, and the end of the telescope actually has a glass plate on it. The light's coming through like a window, basically. And it hits the primary mirror, and that curve of that mirror focuses the light up to a much smaller mirror that's in the center of that glass I was just telling you about on the end of the telescope. And then that reflects back down into a hole through the center of the primary mirror. So it's a strange optical path, but that allows for a much bigger instrument in a much smaller building. And it's actually the only kind of large telescopic instrument that they allow to fly into space, because of the fact that this folded optical path system is usually the lightest weight, the cheapest to fly, and the shortest, smallest space taker, and all these things, all the good things. You might have heard, if you recall, the NASA tether incident some years ago, where the space shuttle was doing an experiment with a tether on a satellite, and they were trying to measure electric current in the satellite tether, and the tether broke, and it got 90 miles away, and then they're looking at the tether with the camera. They were zooming in, and you saw these big, giant, round objects with little donut holes in the center passing apparently behind the tether. And that started a gigantic flurry of UFO reports saying, those are UFOs, NASA's trying to cover it up, blah, blah, blah. I don't think NASA even knows how to cover things up, to be honest. What I saw was camera artifacts, and I said, oh, they're using a catadioptric, or a folded optical path telescope, a Cassegrain system, to do the imaging. It's basically a mirror lens, and that's what they would allow them to use because it's small and it can fly well. And so that's what they brought to space. And when they pointed it at the tether 90 miles away, when they focused on the tether, you saw all these giant round particles swimming around, and it looked like these UFOs. And people were saying, "Oh, at the distance of that tether, these things are 2 miles across at least." And it's like common sense eluded them when they went down the path. And once they started to believe these were UFOs, then the common sense was left at the door, and it got a life of its own. Now, I did a talk in Las Vegas about the tether incident, and I also did a National Geographic show where I actually recreated it, top to bottom. I recreated this tether incident just as it occurred.
And it actually let it air?
They did it. They aired it, and it was amazing because they, even the cameraman was a guy that thought that these might have been real UFOs. Mm-hmm. And then when I said to him, now I have this. Basically, it was a tether that I put at the other end of the studio, and it was like about 40 feet away. And I made a little shuttle window, and I had him sitting behind it with the camera, and I then hung out in front of it these little tiny white particles of white clay, on a mobile, so they would move. And I just pushed them a little bit and moved them around. And I said, okay, focus on the tether. And when you focus on the tether, the particles in the foreground got very big. And the particles in the foreground, these little clay balls are around, an 1/8 inch to a 1/4 inch in diameter. And they were irregular in shape. Okay, that was very important. They were irregular in shape. But when he focused on the tether in the distance, the particles in the foreground were out of focus, and they were round. They weren't irregular in shape. They were big and round, and they had a round shape to them. Now, he didn't have a mirror lens with a little secondary mirror that like the Cassegrain telescopes have. So we didn't actually get the effect of the donut hole, but that's exactly what we would have seen. And when he focused on the tether, these particles that were big and round in the foreground looked like they were going behind the tether, which was the main conclusion that the people that said these were UFOs had come to. And the guy in the camera audibly gasped. He goes, "Oh, man, really?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's really just a camera artifact. This is how it happened. I'm absolutely sure." Okay.
Well, people don't like to believe that, though. They don't believe it's something as simple as an artifact from a camera.
No, but here's the thing. And everybody knows me. Anybody who knows me knows this. I fully believe that we are being visited. Now, I'm an astronomer. I'm a science guy. I don't believe that. I'm not the. I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't be saying any of this. But I have to let common sense drive my statements. I have to let the science drive my statements. And based on a statistical study of the sky, remember, I'm an astronomer, and exoplanets are my specialty. I'm in that world. That's where I live. And we have right now almost 4,000 exoplanets that we've found. And based on that statistical sampling, if we extrapolate out to the whole galaxy, and some of you know this already, we may have as many as between 10 and 40 billion habitable planets just in our galaxy alone. And we have, of course, billions of galaxies. Witness the Hubble Deep Image, where there's tens of thousands of them right there in the in that one small field. So statistically, we probably have a good bet to expect that there's life out there, and we might even have life kind of like us. And I believe that for a number of reasons. If you look at every life form on this planet, and this is something I've been talking about in the last 6 months, I've done this on radio shows and television, everything. So I've said this specifically. Every life form on Earth developed without our involvement for the most part. We've sort of genetic engineered certain things, of course, but animals, especially vertebrates, those with a spine, those with a bone structure. Every vertebrate has symmetry. That is two legs and on either side, and 2 legs in the front and 2 in the back, 2 eyes, hemispherical brains, symmetry of their body shape, all of that, and then of course I'm not even going to even talk about DNA and all that, because that's a whole nother topic right there. But keep in mind that the universe put those templates for life in place. We didn't. They're here because that's natural for a planet like this. And, you can't deny it. So, that said, and I don't know where you fall on this, Keith, but, I think I do. But I think that the universe is sort of predisposed to the creation of organic carbon-based life. Because in the early days of the Earth, amino acids were being delivered to the Earth by comets and meteors. Water was being delivered to the Earth by comets. And then the Earth itself made copious building blocks of life, as in amino acids, through its own processes. Now, in the 50s, there was an experiment by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey called the Miller-Urey experiment. That's Urey, Urey. Well, they found that if they bombarded a primordial atmosphere, what we felt that the atmosphere was at the time, the birth of the Earth and so forth, and when things calmed down, they bombarded that with lightning strikes. They actually had a little spark generator inside a sealed flask. At the bottom of the sealed flask was a little water reservoir that was replenished from a sealed system. At the end of a week, they had amino acids in there. There was just ammonia and carbon dioxide in the flask and not much else. There was a few other components, but the bottom line is they had amino acids at the end of a week. So even the Earth alone made these building blocks of life. So, what does that mean? That means that the Earth makes the building blocks, meteors deliver them, comets deliver the other stuff we need, and then everywhere we look in our solar system, we see that the building blocks of life are being formed Europa, Enceladus, Titan, even.
Well, let me ask you this: why do you think that everything that we see when it comes to whether it be bugs, us, anything else? Why do you think that it's basically, if you were to fold us in half, we're a carbon copy of the other side? I forget what the official name is, like biped or something like that. Is it maybe?
It's bilateral symmetry.
There you go. So two eyes, two nostrils, 2 ears.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And that's a natural formation, pretty much everywhere. So what do you think causes that?
Well,
especially now that we know that we can get amino acids, you figure that they would look at how that builds up.
Well, keep in mind, okay, that one thing that DNA does well is replicate. Okay, and how does it replicate? It unzips, finds another mating piece of it, of complementary nature, and then comes back together. Now 2 makes 4, 4 makes 8, etc. Right? And that, in other words, the universe provides a symmetric means for reproduction and for replication. Now, that process may have been extended to life forms, where the symmetry is also extended to that level. It's really quite a mystery, and no one can really explain this, and that's what's really, to me, that's what's very exciting about this. And that's why when someone says, oh, hey, if you're going to be able to find life forms, they may not look anything like us. And I say, well, actually they might. Actually they might look like us. They to me, a gray alien, the classic gray, looks very much like us.
I know, because it's crazy if you look at it. I mean, life does this. Once again, bugs, but you don't see it in, like, say, rocks or even entire planets. You don't see that symmetrical between two sides. You only see it in life.
Well,
that's that whole folding in half, and basically it's a copy of itself.
That's a good observation. Okay. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that rocks may not do it, but their crystalline structures do.
Right.
Their crystalline structures are very regular and very repeatable. So another thing that's very important in the universe is repetition. Okay? Repeated patterns over and over and over and over. And that's really important because in life we have repetition and repeated patterns over and over and over. And we have that, elsewhere. We have that in nature as well with inanimate objects. But you have to look deeper into the object, into their structure, and see how they're made. So there aren't any totally incongruous rocks. That is to say, rocks that have no structure to them on the inside. When you get down to the molecular level, there's always some kind of structure there. There's nothing that's just like any old which way. There's nothing. Sand grain's not. Quartz is especially regular. I mean, so there isn't. You don't have an irregular rock. Let's put it that way. It kind
of makes me wonder, like, if something has to be birthed in order to have this symmetry. You know what I mean? Like through an egg.
Something has to be what?
Through birthed. You know what I mean? Like actually, born, whether it be from an egg or human or animal. You know what I mean? Obviously, you said the crystalline structure in rocks.
Yeah.
That's on a rock. Isn't really. Well, I guess. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just.
Well, we can actually say, if you want to say that a rock structure is born, let's go to the Mid-Atlantic spreading ridge in the Atlantic. Okay, let's just go there. When that molten material is coming up and coming out, what's happening to it? It's cooling rather fast because it's in the bottom of the ocean, right? Now it is under great pressure at that point, so it can stay fairly compact and dense and near the bottom of the ocean, and the water pressure is going to keep it fairly dense. But when it cools, it's forming a structure. There's a crystalline structure that's being formed in there. And by crystals, I don't mean clear, transparent crystals. I mean rocks can have crystals. You can have crystals of minerals inside of rock. So when you get this and it opens up and it starts to spread out from the Mid-Atlantic ridge, preserved in those crystalline structures, for instance, you can actually tell by the crystalline structure how the Earth's magnetic field was in the ancient times. Okay, ancient times being as far back as the Jurassic and before, and we see that, for instance, that's where the concept of geomagnetic shift came about, where people call it pole shift, right? But this has been a record preserved in the rocks, and we see that it's been kind of irregular, but it seems to happen every so many tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. And we're a few thousand years, a few 100,000 years over the last one. But in all fairness, the time frame is not regular, and so it can happen again. In fact, we might be in the middle of one right now. In fact, because if you go anywhere on the Earth and you take out a compass and you say where true north is, or you look where north is telling you magnetically,
right.
Okay, it's going to point in different ways everywhere you go across the Earth.
Let me explain this birth thing that I said. Basically,
go ahead.
You have these crystalline structures that form rocks. Once a rock actually comes into being a rock, it's not bound by that symmetry anymore. Okay, where I was trying to say, like, anything that is literally birth, like once again coming from an egg, or if it's a plant coming from a seed, it seems to have that symmetry. Like
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? So anything, like whether it be humans or animals or plants, or they all come from a single, like either once again a seed, an egg. It seems like everything that is birthed, quote unquote, has this symmetry that it's bound to.
I see where you're going.
You know,
but I'm the only reason I'm confused by that is the following: if you take a rock, a 3-foot diameter rock, and you crush it up in a rock crusher, and you take out a little tiny piece, 1 inch by 1 inch that came out at the end, and you look at that under an electron microscope, or use a different type of process on it, you'll see the symmetry in there. You'll see it's still there because it's all throughout the rock. That's my point. It's not the rock itself. The rock could be irregular in shape, but the structure that makes up the rock has a regular known symmetry.
But nowhere near like something living would.
Well, no. It's going to be like a crystal lattice, for instance, or crystals of basalt in the lava rock. Yeah.
So what I'm saying, basically, for outer appearance, this symmetry is pretty much found in everything living. You know what I mean?
True.
Where
I
rocks
agree.
And stuff aren't binded by it. It's not like we have, people that are walking around with like a big square block sticking up the side of their hip.
That's true, but we do only have one appendix, one liver, one heart. Okay, and the liver isn't symmetric. We have 2 kidneys.
So you think we're talking more about outer appearance?
I think we're talking about. I think it's an evolutionary thing, and the structure of our organs is related more to evolution, I think. And the structure and appearance of our appearance, actually, our outer appearance, is also related to evolution, but it's also part of the original template. And I think the arrangement of the organs changed over time. I don't think we had 2 hearts, and all kinds of things. I don't think that.
Right.
I just think that that's all that was called for success of the creature. Remember now, evolution, it's all about adaptation and mutation, right? Yep. So there's a mutation, and a spontaneous mutation happens all the time throughout nature. We see it to this day in various creatures that change from what we knew them to be, for instance. And there's a number of them that you can look up online and see.
Let me throw a couple questions to you from the chat, since we had a couple come in from Keith Culpepper. He asks, Mark, did the moon really ring like a bell?
Well, actually, the moon doesn't have a real molten inner core or outer core. So it did have a ring to it that was different than the Earth's ring, so to speak. When Krakatoa erupted, that eruption was heard all around the world. And the Earth rang like a bell from that explosion from when Krakatoa went off. And we couldn't hear Tambora because that was earlier, but Tambora was even bigger on the Earth. So yeah, I mean, seismically, you can get this transmission, and Earth rang like a bell is what I'm saying. So yes, the moon rang like a bell as well when they did these experiments. And the thing about these experiments is this tells us about the inner structure. If there's a molten outer core and a solid inner core, we can detect that by these seismic rings, so to speak. And that kind of tells us something about the structure, and we can actually determine how the interior is built based on those seismic experiments.
Nice.
You know that.
And another question what we had was, is the barycenter of the moon and the Earth inside Earth's radius? Wait, is the barycenter of the moon and the Earth inside Earth's radius?
Well, that's a question that, first of all, we got to define what barycenter is for the folks that don't know what that is. The barycenter is the point, the center of rotation. Basically, it's the center of the orbit. And if you look at the Earth and Moon, you know, it's like if you look at the Earth Moon thing, okay, the Earth has a certain diameter. It's 8,000 miles, okay, and it's sort of like the common center of rotation for the two planets, two things. Now, for the Moon and the Earth, the Moon has 1/6 the gravity, but it's also 240,000 miles away. So the barycenter of the Earth-Moon system is literally just about 5,000 kilometers. About 3,000 miles from the center of the Earth. All right, and the Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter, so yeah, it's inside the Earth. In the same way that the barycenter of the solar system planets and the Sun is within the Sun. So the same thing, and it's an interesting conundrum, because you think, wow, I mean, how could that be? But it's just like if you take a small child and you grab their hands and you start swinging around. If you stay straight up, you're going to fall over as soon as they get airborne, right? But if you lean back, okay, all right. In other words, if you lean back, you and counterbalance their weight, so to speak, then you will stay upright. And so think of that as what's going on here. You've got this very large planet and this very small moon, and the Earth essentially has some mass that's hanging back behind, and that mass that's hanging back behind is, something like 3,000 miles of Earth hanging back or so, to keep that swinging going on. A whole lot of swinging going on.
Somebody else has a question that says, Mark, do you think Earth will capture the second moons in the future?
Oh, you mean like eventually something? Well, you know what?
I think we already have one, don't we? We have a little second mini moon floating around out there.
There is another. Yeah, there is another. Where's that from? What movie? Remember that movie? There is another. What? That was actually it was a movie called Colossus: The Forbidden Project. Who remembers that?
Colossus, the former Hobbit.
The Forbidden Project.
Oh.
It was about a supercomputer that the United States. I'll get to the question in a minute. It was about a computer that the supercomputer the United States created, and the computer was going to run everything, and then the computer took over, and then it turns out the Russians built one too, called Guardian, and suddenly Colossus started displaying on its sign, and it would be like the old-fashioned ticker tape sign. There was another, and people are like, "There's another? What? What's that mean?" You know, and then all of a sudden, the two computers start talking to each other, and I don't know if I should tell you how the movie ends, because it's really a classic.
Oh my!
Yeah, and you end up seeing what happens when the two computers are now conspiring together to make sure that they take care of humankind.
That kind of reminds me of what happened at Facebook in the last 2 weeks.
What happened?
They had an AI that they started, that they were allowing in chats and whatnot, and well, anyway, these two AI chatbots started talking to one another. And when they started talking to one another, they started creating their own language to talk to one another. So the humans didn't know what they were saying to one another, so they had to shut it down.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
That's probably approaching one of these things called a singularity, where we've done as much as we can, and now the machines that's pretty good there.
I'll be back.
But yeah, so it's probably a technological singularity where we reach a point where we've totally can't understand or carry on the work ourselves, and we actually have to rely on the machines to do all of it.
Yeah. And
that's what this would be. And maybe that's what that was.
Possibly. Culpepper's back with another question, and I'm going to rephrase it because I think his question says, is it gravity that keeps exoplanets in orbit around the sun? I think he meant, is it gravity that keeps exoplanets around the orbit of their sun?
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's correct. the shape of the universe, the shape the universe loves is a sphere, and the weakest force in the universe is gravity. The strongest forces are nuclear forces, and you think, wow, that's pretty impressive. I mean, how can Pluto stay in an orbit if gravity's the weakest? Well, it is, and the fact is that we can defy gravity by using a rocket. We can leave Earth's gravity well. They're called gravity wells to pull gravity. We can leave our gravity well and go into the moon's gravity well. We can go into Mars' gravity well. We can land on Mars. We can then take off from Mars if we want to at some point. So we're actually we can do all those things, and it's interesting because we have a tremendous amount of capability coming our way. It's just not necessarily going to be quick enough, to me. I don't think it'd be quick enough. So,
do you have any interesting facts about Aristarchus?
Aristarchus?
Yeah, anything we should know? Any groovy facts about it?
Well, Aristarchus is the site of the 2045 Olympics.
Nice.
Coming up.
Mm-hmm.
No, I actually
I was going to say those shot putters are going to have a field day if that's the case.
Hey, I mean, listen, golfers. Can you imagine if golf? I mean, golf would be it's crazy. You can
drive
get a
mile.
golf ball. Yeah. Well, of course, the bulky suit. In reality, the golf ball got only hit a few feet.
Oh, we should have new suits by then.
I think so. I think so. It'd be really cool.
Those gray aliens were onto something when they arrived in the skin tight, temperature regulating suits.
Yeah.
Oh, and I should mention to anybody that was following the little alien thing down in Peru. This Masson guy, this Jamie Masson guy.
Yeah, Jaime Masson.
Yeah, Jaime, whoever. Totally debunked again, and now being investigated by the government and the Department of Archaeology for fraud.
Yeah.
For putting bones together.
big surprise.
Jaime
Masson took me aside. I was at a conference and Jaime was there, and he took me aside and said, "Will you do a talk? Will you do a talk for the Mexican people? We'll do a live show." And I said, "Yeah, okay, sure, we can do it, Jaime." And I went on, and he really likes our UFO 2 project, and so I spoke to his followers in Mexico, and I gave them a basic nutshell for a little while on what UFO was. But Jaime doesn't remember a few years ago when there was a television show called let's see, what was it called? UFOs Over the Earth or something like that.
Yeah.
And I did this one particular episode on that series where there were these Mexican kids that were miraculously in the right place at the right time to take these photos of a UFO hovering over houses, over trees.
Yeah. I think I've seen that. Yep.
Yeah, and I basically looked at the photos and I realized, those are just cut and paste jobs. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Jaime Masson got so enraged at me that on the air he was literally calling me names on the air, but I wasn't on the air with him. He would never ever have me on.
Yeah.
He did this with his followers, and then these folks came online. He had a imaging specialist of his own come on, and here's how they debunked me. Okay, the imaging specialist said, "Well, no, this guy Antonio is totally wrong. He's an absolute liar. He can't believe anything is not real." Which of course is baloney. I mean, I do believe in science, but I mean, I know that there's stuff far beyond this. Right. And he goes, "The reason we know he's a liar, this is the best part now." He goes, "is because the aliens can make you see whatever they want you to see."
Oh, okay.
Oh, so in other words, any explanation you're saying can just be what the aliens want you to see.
Sure.
In other words, that's how he gets away with being able to say,
it's almost as bad
correct.
as these UFO channels that, they'll show you some crazy stuff, and they're not even, they're so lazy they don't even, you can literally look at some of these UFOs some of these channels put out, and you can see that the UFO that's on the video is at a completely different frame rate than the video itself.
It's ridiculous.
You could tell it's pasted on there, or the pixelation doesn't line up or whatever. And of course, at the very end of these, just as a disclaimer, almost every single one of them have this thing to say, well, we're not saying this is, but you decide.
Yeah, right. You decide because we won't dare say it.
Yeah, we won't dare say it because we'll get debunked. Or,
That's right. People that know more than us will.
It's just so they can say, well, we never said it was a UFO, or we never said it was an alien. We just let the people decide. Hey,
by the way, Amanda needs you to tell her all about this debunking of the mummy because she didn't hear about it apparently.
Well, first of all, the ones that Jaime Maussan has been digging up with this guy or whatever, was this
a 3-fingered thing?
Yeah, they were. The last one was figured out to be a Peruvian kid, and they actually start molding the heads of them. This was way back, thousands of years ago. They started molding the heads like that. It was something to do with the actual culture back then.
The head binding.
Yeah, and then this one, Jaime hasn't allowed any biologist to touch the thing.
No, better not.
But
might find the truth.
One kind of snuck and looked at it, and he said it looked like 2 of the fingers were severed, and actually pasted onto the bones of the other fingers to make them longer. So there's a whole bunch of discrepancies in there. So, and now the government's involved. The Peruvian government's involved because they're thinking that it might be, them messing with dead bodies. What's that called?
Yeah, that's called the grave robbing, and everything that's involved with that. Yeah, that's the Nazca mummy. She asked.
Yeah, it's the Nazca one. And I'll send you the link to the article just so you have it.
And quite frankly,
I sent it to Marc, I think, the other day. Oh no, I sent it to Bill.
No, but I've seen it. Okay. Quite frankly, when I saw this mummy, I looked at it and I figured, you know what? If Jaime's involved, and thinking about the Be Witness program where I actually came right out and said it's I among many others, obviously, was able to, deep blur the placard in the glass case that said, mummified remains of a 4-year-old child or 2-year-old child or whatever, 2-year-old boy. Okay, and I said, oh, well, this is the Mesa Verde Museum, and it's probably an Indian child, Native American child. My mother was Native American. I know what this is like, and I get it. To me, this is this body has to get repatriated and buried correctly. Because that's what we do to our human being. And they ended up not wanting to admit that or do anything. So they created this massive thing. They had thousands of people watching for $50 a head, and produced this stuff. They said, "Oh, we're going to show you the high resolution imagery and let you figure it out." They never made the high resolution imagery available, and even with the low resolution imagery, we were able to decipher that it said, mummified remains, etc. And so they never did that because they couldn't do that. If they did that, then they would have been found out immediately. And so when I saw this Nazca mummy thing and Jaime Maussan carefully guarding it, I thought,
two red flags came up for me when Bill was mentioning this, and I was saying it the day he was watching this press conference. I was like, okay, the first red flag is Jaime Maussan's involved.
Right, exactly.
Okay. The second red flag for me was the term Gaia, and how you couldn't actually watch any of this stuff unless you went to a paid subscription service, which Gaia likes to do.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it just started screaming money-making effort at you.
That's
right.
You
know what I mean?
That's right.
So
yeah.
I was one of those kind of ones that passed judgment before I had all the facts, but I had a feeling just with those two, I don't like to do that, but as soon as those two things were mentioned, I was like, here we go, once again.
Well, see, my problem wasn't really with the mummy itself. I mean, I looked at the mummy and said, okay, the mummy looks like a model. It looks like some kind of plaster thing, but you know what?
But if it's real, I mean, it belongs to Peruvian people. It's their history, and there's no reason why it should be degraded to, being somebody's science experiment to make money.
I agree. But my point was that if I saw, I saw this thing, I looked at the color and I saw that color, and I said, well, if that's the color that, they're saying this was, if this is as old as they say, then no color, no white, this pigment would ever last that long.
Yeah, they said it was some kind of like embalming thing for the, I don't know.
Yeah, and that didn't make any sense to me because even Egyptians that were the highest and the best, you take out their mummies, and their mummies were actually this brownish, you know, and the fabric was falling apart. Now, admittedly, the mummies for in Egypt are older, but you know something. I'm sorry, but a mummy that was supposedly, a Nazca mummy would have also been perhaps 1,000 or more years old, and if it was, it should have already had yellowing. Yeah. Because white pigments, especially, and that's the thing, you know. And David Hatcher Childress would probably know, and he probably looked at it and said, "Oh God, that's can't believe that. It looks like a freaking model, you know, or it looks like a fake because it's the wrong color, you know." And I don't know, did they think mummies are white, so let's make it white? Okay, Bob, let's make it white. You know, so they paint it white or something? I don't know, but you know, and you can't paint an archaeological artifact a different color just to make it more "quote unquote" presentable. Right. That's nothing you would ever do. So it was odd for me from the very beginning, and I just chose to, you know, stay out of it because for me the red flag was Musan and the color, and the claim. You know, it's like, well, you know what? It's like Stephen Greer. You know, I watched a video of Greer the other night. You know, and I forced myself to watch it because, you know, as much as I think he's a charlatan, I have to watch because if he's not, I want to be the first person to be able to change my opinion of him. Right. So I watched this thing. It was a CE5 UFOs caught over time, and so it was a fairly long video, and I watched it. And every video object moving through the sky was a point of light moving fairly slowly. And I said, okay, that looks like a satellite to me. So how do I know it's not? Oh, Stephen Greer is saying, this is not a satellite. He said that multiple times. Wait a minute. On Vero Beach in Florida, he was looking out at the military flares being dropped by aircraft and saying, these are not flares. Mm-hmm. These are not flares. Because he was trying to do that mass, I won't say mass hypnosis, but that mass group thing where he just sets a thought in people's minds and hopes it takes hold for most of them. Right. I'm sorry, but the Air Guard on that day would completely disagree with him. Yeah. Because they were dropping flares and they were right there offshore.
It comes down to sensationalism and just people wanting to make a buck. You know, it's almost as bad as third phase of Moon. They like
don't you know how give them a name.
I know, but you know how they NASA was hiring this Planetary person that I told you should apply for.
Yeah, the Planetary protection officer.
Yeah. Well, lo and behold, a day later, these guys put out a video. What is NASA doing? What are they hiding? They're hiring a planetary protection officer to hide us from an alien invasion and blah, 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 blah. And I literally had to comment on their video. It's like, dude, really? Like, that has nothing to do with any of that. And you just totally sensationalized. Oh, my God.
That's what they do. It's not the that's what they do. Most of the people that watch those videos know that they are
but they
not
don't.
Real.
Like, okay, you go on Third Phase of Moon's comments. Obviously, you have a lot of people there to just know they're full of it. But then you have a lot of people also that are believing it.
Yeah. But keep in mind, the people that comment on the videos that believe they're full of it gave them a click-through, which gave them a little tiny fraction of a dollar.
Exactly.
Okay? And so I won't even go to the videos and watch them. They're blacklisted in MUFON. They're blacklisted, and whole bunch of other sites like that are blacklisted. And I'm not even going to say their names because I don't even want to give them any kind of airplay with the 101 people watching right now.
Actually, I messaged Darren Crapo earlier because I was going to try to have him on tonight. And if you don't know who Darren Crapo is, he has a channel here on YouTube called UFO Planet TV. And this has to be the single most honest person in ufology.
Wait a minute, I resent that.
Well, he has a TV. He's a former, I think I shouldn't say this because I'm not really 100%, but I think he's a former police officer in Canada. He pays for the show himself. You know, he was putting it on local cable access there, and of course he went to YouTube, and then he signed some deal with CU TV or something like that up in Canada. But he will literally go through and he'll take the files directly from MUFON. He won't go on the internet and find them on YouTube, or he'll actually take legitimate MUFON cases and show you the videos or the clips or or whatever from there. and explain them and actually tell you what he thinks. He'll say, you know, I think this is actually the planet Venus. You know, I think this is, you know, some balloons. You can tell that this might be a bird. You know, he's not, and you'll never hear him say, you decide. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's unfortunately that's what gets me in a lot of trouble too.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a lot of subscribers on YouTube, but I seriously, if you actually look at the guy and listen to him, he is literally the most honest UFO channel on YouTube. I think he has like 9,000 or some subscribers. You know, he's been on here for 5 or 6 years. But once again, he shows very good clips, and once again, they're coming from MUFON, so you know, you can tell they're legitimate. They're not just being posted for CGI and whatnot, even though MUFON does get those sometimes. But
yeah, some of those sneak through before I get at them.
But he also, you know, he won't pull ones that are like, okay, they might have a video clip or something to them, but if they only have like a sentence or two explaining their experience, he won't air it. Usually he's reading off of a paragraph or two somebody, because that's how I think he kind of, you know, this person was really excited about the sighting. They didn't know what it was. They wrote 2 paragraphs full of their experience, you know, what happened in detail. So I think that's kind of how he separates them, you know, from one from the other. But yeah, if you guys get a chance, check out UFO Planet TV. Tell him Keith sent you from P&K, and he will be on here one night. I did get a confirmation from him already, saying that he wanted to come on. I just sent him a last-minute email to see if he would, but I didn't hear back from him. So
I'd like to be around for that.
Yeah, he's a real good guy.
Cool.
Let me just check him out now. Make sure he didn't get back to me yet. No, he's not there yet. Anyway.
Oh. Cool. Well, you know, and that's the thing. You know, you gotta actually, you gotta take these things with a grain of salt. And you have to understand the following: we are not alone, and even scientists know this for sure. They know it's a statistical fact. I'll say, because of the sheer number of what we believe are habitable worlds out there, you know, just in our galaxy. We wouldn't even have to go in another galaxy if all we had was one galaxy. We wouldn't even have to consider any others, because the statistics are well on our side just looking at our own. So that's the fact. Okay, we're probably in all likelihood not alone, just to be a little more proper about it. That said, we have to then say, well, are there civilizations that could have made it to an advanced status? Okay, and we probably would be tempted to say, well, you know, we went through a nuclear age. Well, we went through a Renaissance. We had an Iron Age. We had a Bronze Age, you know, and so forth. And maybe another civilization will. And then, you know, people say, well, you know, they won't necessarily go through the same stuff we went through. You know, that maybe they got past the nuclear era without ever having to deal with it. I don't think so. See, because this template we talked about for life, carbon-based life here in the universe like us, if that's a fact, if that's a real thing, then so too is the quest for increased technology. So too is the desire to improve processes to make, say, metal. So too is the discovery of the fact that there are ores that have metal inside of them, and metal has to be extracted through a process. So I don't doubt that there's other civilizations that had to go through these ages, like the Metal Ages, where they discovered new metals, learned how to make them stronger.
Do you think they're waiting on us? Like, I don't think maybe they're waiting on us not to be such idiots?
You know, that's something I think that a lot of people say because they're hopeful, because they're scared about life on Earth.
Look at this crater coming up. Well, it might just be a shadow effect, but looks like 2 balls sitting in a crater.
Okay.
Pretty neat. I'm kind of highlighting them with my mouse.
Okay.
You'll see it on YouTube there when it pops up. It's probably just an effect of the shadow, but it looks really weird. Take that, cool. Mr. D'Antonio. Debunk that one.
I will as soon as I see it. You're ahead of us all.
I've never seen that one before. I'm wondering how the hell have I missed that one? That's what's weird about it.
Are you talking about the edge of the crater here?
Yeah, it's right in.
I see. I see. I mean, those are actually. I see what you're doing. Those are actually craters inside a crater.
Yeah. Still cool looking.
Yeah. Actually, no. Those wouldn't be. Those would be domes. Actually, those would be mounds.
Moon bases.
Yes, they're moon bases. Yes, yes, they are. Keith is right. Everybody, Keith is right. They are moon
Military
bases.
moon bases put back there in the 70s. Andrew Basiago is up there, with Barack Obama right now learning how to moonwalk.
Yeah, and they're being taught by Corey Good. Anyway, speaking of conferences, I just want to mention that September 14, 15, and 16, I'm going to be out at Devil's Tower in northeastern Wyoming at the Devil's Tower UFO Rendezvous. And I'm doing talks on all 3 days, actually. And we got a bunch of other speakers. Alejandro Rojas is going to be there. We have Debbie Ziegelmeyer and her brother Chuck Sikowski. We have Jan Harzan, actually, the MUFON's international director. He's going to be the keynote speaker.
Nice.
And it's going to be 3 wonderful days. And on the Friday night, I'm going to run it's a moonless night, too. If it's clear, I'm going to run a stargazing session for everybody, because that part of Wyoming, this is the little tiny hamlet town of Hewlett, Hullett, I think. Hewlett, Wyoming, is really, really dark.
Right.
And so, besides having my camera there and taking night sky photos probably all night long, getting no sleep all 3 days, if it's clear, I'm going to run this session too at night, and we're going to look for satellites. We're going to talk about all kinds of things in the sky, and I got to get a laser pointer so that I can actually point out stuff.
I actually have relatives in Casper, Wyoming.
That's not too far away.
They have a huge, I think 4,000 or 5,000 acre ranch or something like that.
Yeah, well, Casper's in the middle of a very bad light pollution area, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I checked it. Well, they are. They're all the way out in Wyoming.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say, their address is Casper, Wyoming, but I think that actually from the town, I think they're about 6 or 7 miles out of town. But still, yeah, you still get some. Yeah. But right now is a 5-minute coffee break for Paul, which is why we're back on the wide field, so he can get perked up real quick.
Yeah. I want to answer a question for Ted. He says, "Why don't we see some of the hundreds of satellites, going past in the video?"
Yes, please answer this, because we get this question all the time. Where are all the satellites? Why aren't we seeing them for the thousands that are up there? Why aren't we seeing them pass all the time in frame?
Well,
take it away.
The moon is a half a degree in size. Okay, that's 30 arc minutes, and 60 minutes in a degree. And at half a degree, the likelihood of a satellite passing right in front of the moon is actually not very high. We do have tens of thousands of things up in orbit. Many of them are in orbits that don't take it along the equatorial plane where the moon follows along. Roughly, and so we won't actually see them pass by the moon. So that's the reason.
Okay.
The problem is that there's a lot of junk up there.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it's being tracked, and some of it's not anymore. And some of it's very small that you wouldn't even see it.
Now that you have the scientific answer from Mark, I'm going to do an answer I usually try to give people when they ask this question. Is basically we're looking at a very, very small area of sky. You can literally go in your kitchen or wherever and get a drinking straw right now. And
that's a good analogy. I use that.
Go outside, and you can actually see the entire moon through that drinking straw if you look through it, and still have room to spare.
Yep.
So now, if you want to go outside and point that drinking straw at a dark area of sky, and then you can tell me, how many satellites pass your straw in the next hour or two, I almost can guarantee it won't be any. So, yeah, I mean, it looks big on screen because of the way we have it, but it's actually not that big of an area that we're concentrated on, even when we're out at wide field like this.
Yeah, and that's a good analogy. I use that drinking straw analogy for several things. I actually use it for when you are doing searches on the ground, for instance, trying to find something using aerial photography or whatever, or satellite imagery. Mm-hmm. I say to people, they remember the flight, the Malaysian Airlines flight that has never been found. It was going to Beijing, and it never made it, and it ended up being lost somewhere west of Perth, Australia.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that I was actually searching for that plane along with a lot of other people. We're using the satellite imagery, and the problem is that the satellite imagery, if you look at what it sees on the ground, to show people why it was so hard to find that plane, even with debris floating on the water, that did eventually wash up on an island, by the way, one of the fins. I said, if you throw a ping pong ball in a bathtub full of water, and then look through a drinking straw at the bathtub, and try and find the ping pong ball, you may never find it. Right. Okay, because you don't realize how much area a bathtub of water really is, okay? And you don't realize how small an area looking through that tiny straw really is. And basically, when you're looking online at the satellite imagery, you're looking at a much tighter area than a drinking straw for sure. Right. And you need that to get the resolution to be able to see something floating on the water. I found a shipping container floating in the water. They got dropped off a ship in a storm. Actually, several of them, but I didn't find the aircraft. You know, so it was pretty interesting.
I'll tell you what we're going to do right now. We're going to take a little 5-minute break, so that everybody can refill
Keith has to go to the bathroom
and take a pee. Well, I have been here for about 2 hours now, 3 hours. It's about 3 hours. So yeah, we'll take a little 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with Marc D'Antonio.
Who's that?
We'll be back in a little bit.
Okay.
And we come back, and we come back. Back to the stream of the moon. Welcome back, everybody. Keith feels half a gallon lighter. And refreshed with my new drinky poo.
Good for you.
Once again, sitting in with me is Marc D'Antonio of FX Models, of SkyTour Livestream, Marc D'Antonio, of so many other things. I'm not going to list them all here, but he is an astronomer. He is smart, and we learn things.
I try. I'm you know, the first time you say that you know it all, or you don't need to learn anymore, is the first time you've become really dumb. And
true.
It goes downhill from there. You know, you're always learning. You're never stopping, and it's just as simple as it gets.
I still have to prove you're not a robot. But
I'm not sure
if
I am. I'm not sure. I'm not actually. I think I might be a robot actually.
You know what? I want you, because a lot of
I am
people
a
haven't
Greg.
heard this. I want, and I know you've told us on here before, and I don't care, because I want to hear it again. What?
Uh-oh.
I know I've heard it like 3 times already, between this channel and Marc's channel, and then your stint on KGRA. But tell me the experience you had again. So people in the chat.
Which experience?
The experience that you had where I think you froze or something like that. And
You mean the experience that made me...
exactly.
Okay.
So people can actually relate that Marc is not, I repeat, is not a debunker. I am not a debunker. We do believe that there is alien life out there somewhere. We just have yet to find it or to meet it. And there's reasons for that. And I would like Marc to tell the story about why this is shaped the way he believes, because it's very, very interesting.
Well, and to be honest, okay, you know, Keith's putting me on the spot, but it's okay, and I'm not. Don't feel bad about it, Keith. I know actually you don't, but
Crying inside.
Yeah, right. I'm sure. Crying inside. He says, "Now talk." He says. Here's the thing. I'm a science guy, so this type of stuff doesn't happen to me until it does. And then your whole science world is tossed around in your head, and you go, wait a minute, what is it I really believe? Now, I always believed that there was life out there. When I was 9, I looked up in the sky and I said, I'm homesick. I belong there. There's something up there that I need. That I know that out there means something more to me than I can put into words as a 9-year-old kid. And I knew at age 9 I was going to be an astronomer, actually. So I did it. Everything I did in my life was to become an astronomer, and I got in touch with the right people and ended up working my way. Well, anyway, the bottom line is that as I moved into my professional life, you know, and ended up with a house and so forth, I ended up in a nice little house here in Terryville, Connecticut. Exactly from where I am now, exactly 5,280 feet. I did the mileage. From my driveway to the driveway of the other house. Now, I'm in this house because I had a very terrifying experience in the other house. And that experience forced me to leave. And I, like I said, I'm logical. I take things and I think about them. And when things don't match what you expect, it throws you into a tizzy. You try to figure out what happened. Well, anyway, so I'm going to now say, I'll tell you what the story is that happened. I remember waking up one night, and at the time I had 2 greyhound dogs. And these 2 greyhound dogs were rescued from the tracks, and they were sleeping under the window. And it was August. It was really nice. And I could see out the window, and a street light in the distance was was there, and it kind of framed the window with a faint light. You could see it. Anyway, the reason I woke up was I heard this knocking on the ceiling, and it was weird because it was like, you know, dun 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 dun. It was like a series of 3 knocks. It was really, you know, weird. And I thought, well, that's weird, you know. It sounds like a woodpecker that's a little dazed and confused, you know, pecking on vinyl siding or something. He doesn't realize I have a vinyl house. And then I went to sleep, and next day I didn't even think about it. Went to work. At the time I was actually a computer consultant. I used to write software, actually. Then I came home, went to bed again later on the night, and was awakened again in the middle of the night. Bum 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 bum. Same pattern of 3 over and over and over, incessant. wouldn't stop. It wasn't bang, bang, bang. It was like tap, 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 tap. It was like it sounded similar to somebody tapping a tiny stone on a glass window pane. Ting, 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 ting. And so I thought maybe there was a bird, literally a woodpecker, trapped in the siding or something, and I was hearing his wings flapping, but it was too regular. It was literally like a metronome. Bum, 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 bum. You can do music by it. Bum, 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 boom, bum, bum, bum. Hey,
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
That's right. It sounded like it was too regular. So I got out of bed and I walked over to the window, and the greyhounds were sleeping underneath. And I leaned over them, grabbed the windowsill, and pressed my face against the screen to kind of look up. And when I did that, a white flash of light hit me in the face. And I thought, oh no, I just had a stroke. I'm having a stroke. I'm having a medical thing. Something happened. I broke a bone. My neck's broken. I was trying to think of all the things that could cause this flash of white light go through my head. And I realized I can't see right now. And all I saw was like a white haze. And I vaguely remember a high-pitched whine, and I'm thinking, what the heck was that? And I just sat there. I didn't move. I didn't say a word. And I just sat there, leaning over the dogs, holding the windowsill, and letting this white haze pass. And I realized, wow, that was a flash. And I'm getting my sight back. The street light started to come back, and the house down the next door I could see a little better. And then it started to come into better focus in the dim light of the night. And then when I backed up from the window, I looked down, and there was no dogs. They were gone. I was like, what? And my dogs' names, by the way, were Tycho and Kepler. No lie, okay? And Tycho and Kepler had left the room. They actually ran out of the room, and I never heard them go, never saw them go. And Tycho was in the closet, sitting in the laundry, as it turned out, and Kepler was outside the door of the bedroom, looking in, with her ears back, looking down low. I mean, I could see her in the light, dim light. And I was like, what the heck was that? So I went back to bed, and then the next morning, got up, didn't even think of anything at all. Just went right to work. I went to work, came home again. Didn't even think about it. And then I went to bed again that third night. And the third night, I woke up again. I'm like, what is with this? I'm like, oh, wait a minute. This is strange. Because I just woke up, and I'm not wide awake, and I can't move. My brain isn't plugged in. What's going on? It's like my brain is unplugged from my body. My body was totally dead. And not only that, my ears were dead. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't even hear my own breathing. I couldn't hear my own heartbeat. And I couldn't hear the conduction of your breathing through your body. You can hear it inside. Didn't hear that at all. I was shut off. First thing I thought, I really did have a stroke. Oh no, what's going on now? This is terrible. So I should have gone to the hospital. And I was like thinking, oh no, I've really screwed up. I should have gone to the hospital yesterday, and now I'm going to die here in my bed. And as I was thinking that, I noticed this shape cross the window, and I couldn't look over there. And because it turns out when I tried to move my eyes wouldn't work. I couldn't move them. I could still see straight ahead, but my eyes were frozen. Now I was in a dead panic, and I could feel like a cold sweat feeling inside. And something passed in front of the window. I saw in the peripheral vision, because the narrow, or the dim light went away for a second as something crossed it, and I could see something vertical, profile cross it. But then it approached me, and it was coming closer, and I was really getting scared because I didn't know what it was. So I ended up just like trying to move desperately, and the more I fought, the less I could move. I can't even admit it. I can't even tell you how that was. So then I see this thing, and it starts approaching me, and it was only dim, but it had like this little narrow hand, and it was holding this translucent whitish wand thing. Now, I was a magician for many years, and so to me it looked like a magic wand, but it was very small, about the diameter of a pencil, and it was somewhat long, and it started going back and forth in front of my face, but I couldn't look at it directly because my eyes were fixed and only focused in the front. All of this was seen through peripheral vision. And then as it moved back and forth and moved up a little bit, at some points it would come into my hands, into my eye view. I could actually see it in my eye view directly. And my eyes would focus, but by the time it took them to focus, it would be out of that view again. So you don't realize how your eyes actually move, micro movements to actually achieve focus. It's amazing. So it came in and it was gone, and I couldn't really fully focus on it. Well, anyway, it started moving back and forth. I felt nothing, and then bam, it was morning, and I couldn't breathe. I was on my belly, and I pushed off the bed and noticed that I was literally lying in a pool of my own blood, and I had a totally blood-saturated pillow.
Nice.
I mean, it looked like a full. Yeah, it was so nice. It literally was like I don't know. It looked like a pool of blood that I couldn't even, I couldn't even understand, why that was like that.
Right.
And I felt like I was punched in the face. And the weird thing is, I didn't think about the experience. In fact, it wasn't there. I didn't think about anything. And then I ended up going to work. I got up bed. I said, "Oh, my nose hurts," And I remember kind of like the event that happened, and I didn't really think too much about it. It was almost like I felt like I was made to think that it was okay. That it wasn't a problem. So I went to work, and I came home. And don't ask me why, but it took me 2 years to end up going to an ear, nose, and throat doctor, because that night that happened, I couldn't breathe out of my left nostril anymore. That night on. From that night on, it was overnight. It wasn't a gradual failure. It was like instantly blocked. So all I can think of is I must have put up a hell of a fight and somehow don't remember it. And so I went to this ear, nose, and throat surgeon, actually. He looked up there and he goes, "Wow." He says, "You've got something up there." All right? And this was a Dr. Lehman in Hartford Hospital here in Connecticut, and it's all on record. This is nothing you can't make up. There's no anonymous sources here, okay? And so I said, "Well, can you take that out?" And he goes, "Yeah, we'll set up a time. We'll get it." And so we set up a time to get the procedure to do it, take it out. And when he was about to take it out, when I had that procedure, I said to him, I go, "Can you check the center of it or in it and see if there's anything inside? Can those things seed around the foreign objects?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, you mean like a metal splinter or a machinist gets? Yeah, something like that." He goes, "Yeah, I've seen these things. I mean, this looks like a polyp to me, but it's literally one of the biggest I've ever seen." And I said, "Wow, okay, well, can you check the inside and see if there's anything in it?" He goes, "Yeah, sure, why?" And I told him the story I just told you all, and he laughed, and he kind of shook his head and said, "Oh," he goes, "I'm sure it isn't aliens." And I kind of felt embarrassed. I said, No, I know, I realize. I get that, okay? But can you just check anyway? And he goes, "Oh, sure." He goes, I'll have them check." All right, great. So he says, "Call me in a week, I'll let you know." Okay. So a week passed, and I called him in a week. And I said, "Hey, hi, this is," the secretary answers, "Hello, Dr. Lehman's office." I said, "Hi, this is Marc D'Antonio," and hang on. Yeah, Dr. Lehman was expecting your call. He wants to talk to you. I went, "Oh no, it's freaking head cancer or something like that. It's got to be something bad." I thought, I just envisioned a big cavity in my face where they had to remove my nose or something. He gets on the phone, and the first thing he says is, "Hi, Marc, it's Dr. Lehman." I go, "Hey, Dr. Lehman, how's it going? Is everything okay?" He goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "I'm sure it's just a benign polyp that was in your nose." And I went, "Oh, okay, but you don't know?" And he said, "No." He goes, that's the rub," he said, "the rub." I said, "Well, what was that?" He goes, I sent it down to pathology, and I went to get the report, and they said, "What report?" And I said, "Well, I sent this down last week," and gave them the number of the submittal, and he says, "They said they don't have it, and it never showed up. So apparently," and this is the first time it's ever happened in my long decades of practice, he goes, "but they lost it." Oh.
Mm-hmm. "Quote unquote,"
okay.
Lost it.
Yeah, and I was like, okay. So I basically had to take his word for it. I said, "Oh, okay, well, as long as it's a benign thing." "Oh, yeah, don't worry, it's nothing." So 4 or 5 years later, I went back for something else, and I talked to him, and got this other problem settled. And I said, "Hey, Dr. Lehman, remember that other report for the last thing that I had done. Oh, yeah. He goes, I said, you remember it was lost? He goes, no, it wasn't lost. I go, no, you told me it was lost. I remember because I've never gotten an answer on it. He goes, oh, no, I have a report right here. I said, when did that report come in? Oh, no, it came in just a couple days after you got it out. I said, I talked to you a week after I got it out, and you said you'd never heard it. They said they lost it. No, you must be mistaken. Now, that was weird, okay? But then he said something else, trying to change the subject. He goes, "Have you still do that work for the Navy?" Because when in my sign-in form, I basically said what I am, and I was a Navy model maker. I've done some work for them with my business. My FX model is my business, and I've been a Navy contractor since 1994. As such, had a clearance. I was doing classified work for them for many, many years, and I said, yeah, I do. I still do that. And he shut the exam room door and he hopped up on the exam room table with me. I was like, oh, what's this? This is awkward. What is going on? Okay, when does that ever happen?
Bend over and cough.
He's thanks, man. He just gave everybody a really awful image, and they know it. So then the guy said to me, I gotta tell you, I just gave up my top secret clearance. I go, whoa. Wait, what? He goes, yeah. He goes, I wasn't always a ear, nose, and throat surgeon. I went, okay. And I just let him talk. He says, yeah, when we were out in the Pacific one time, and I was in charge of the trajectory and navigation of a nuclear weapon that we shot up into space and destroyed an enemy satellite with. I went, what, you shot a nuclear weapon into space from the Pacific Ocean? And now I didn't... First of all, that's patently impossible. You can't launch... There's no shipboard missile that can launch into space. Okay? So probably what he wasn't probably telling me was they were probably using an atoll out there or was set up on the atoll with a launcher of some kind. I don't know. I have no idea. That's all my conjecture. But he said, oh, yeah, it was a total success. So he told me about it, and I said, wow, that's pretty impressive. And I didn't say anything else because I had my answer. I knew what happened now. Yeah. With the clearance, you're constrained by the acts that you are, ACTS acts that you agree to when you have a clearance, that any behavior that might represent a threat to national security, you will report to your handlers, the people that you deal with. And that's exactly what he probably did. And whether there was anything in the center of my nasal thing or not, they came and they got it, I'm sure.
Yeah, because didn't you ask for it back?
I did ask to
see.
For yourself? I did. I wanted it, and he says, "Well, we can't find it. We don't have it." Because that's the nature of my conversation on the phone with him when I called him a week later. I said I would actually like to, get it from you and actually do my own analysis if I could. And he goes, "Well, the insurance regulations wouldn't permit that." I said, "But it came out of my head."
Right.
He goes, "Yeah, I know. It's just that," and it's like, oh man. But people, they can have their own gallstones or something.
If they can give formerly pregnant ladies their placenta to do whatever they want with, why can't they give you something that was taken out of your own face?
I don't know, but that's what I was told. And anyway, it might have been untrue, or it might have been a little obfuscation, to try and hide the real purpose or whatever. But the bottom line was I realized that. I couldn't. I couldn't make heads or tails. I wasn't going to get an answer. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, but that's the story. That's what happened, and that's something that I just can't.
And that was one of the experiences, right? You've had a second one as well. My son did. Well, didn't you have one where you were like kind of, or was it more like a shadow thing or something?
Yeah, I did. That was in my old house as well, and that was before this other one. And that one was a very strange experience where I went down into my workshop, which FX models used to be not in the twin garages like it is now in this house, but it was actually in the basement of my other house. I went down one day to work and I noticed that there was somebody standing on the other side of the basement. And I just got a cold chill when I saw it, because it was like, whoa, what's that doing there? Who's that? Because it was in the dark. And I turned on the lights on that side, and I walked over there, and I saw this shadow still there. And it was like, I thought it was on the wall. Then as I got close, I started walking toward it and had to move to the right or the left to get around things. And I realized that it wasn't on the wall, it was there. It was sort of three-dimensional, standing out there in the middle, sort of about 3 feet from the wall. And I was like, whoa, what is that? And I thought I was looking up, thinking, is it dust sifting down from like the floorboards above or something? I had no idea what it was. So I started walking toward it, and I realized this looks very much like a person or something, and I didn't know what it was. So I moved kind of into its space, and I reached into it, and when I touched it in it felt like it felt practically like I was reaching into liquid nitrogen. It was something absolutely cold. I mean, not nearly that cold, but that kind of instant chill you get, and it gave me chills. And I pulled my hand back, and it was back to being summer. But when I put my hand in the space it was in, it was very, very cold, and it was really very frightening, and I didn't know what it was. So that was strange. But when I realized that what was going on there, I have never, I could never go back into the shop. I had to leave, and to get out, I left the shop, I shut the door, and I didn't go down there for like 3 weeks. And then, I was working for General Dynamics on a project for them at the time, and they said, "Hey, you got our project?" And I said, "Yeah, it's in my shop." And they said, "Well, we're gonna want it like in the next couple days." So I had to get down there and go do it. So I opened the door, went downstairs, and now this shadowy thingy was still there, but it was on the other side of the basement in my shop space. And I'm like, what the heck is this thing? I have no idea.
And it was like, did you like try to turn the lights on and everything? It was still there?
Yeah, well, it did. I turned the lights on, it was still there. And it was like, just imagine like your shadow, but in 3D. You can walk around it and see that it has some depth to it, and it didn't really move. It looked like I was looking at a. Just imagine it like a. I'll say it this way, like, 'cause we're familiar with science fiction. Say it was a parallel universe, and there was a person that was standing there in their universe, and I was seeing it from mine, and maybe they were leaning against the wall or something where they weren't moving, but this was not moving, and I finally got really mad, and I knew I had to get this work done, and I was feeling that panic inside, like I got to get this project done. So I started screaming at this stupid shape in the room, feeling like an idiot, saying, "Get out of here!" And I literally ran into it, just started waving my hands around, "Get the F out of here!" I was really bad. I must have looked like a real fool, I'll tell you that. And so when I did that, sure enough, it vanished. But it left me feeling kind of nauseous. I was feeling nauseated from it. I don't know what it was, and cold, and I had chills still. So then, as soon as it left, I heard a cricket. And I was like, what? That's a cricket here. I mean, instantly, as soon as it vanished, I was hearing, and I turned around, and there was a metal shelving unit that was stacked on the floor that hadn't been set up, and the cricket was under there. And like I said before, my mother was Native American, and the cricket means something to Native Americans. So I walked over and I squatted down trying to find it, because I figured it's going to die here. There's no food down here for it. It must have found its way in by accident, through the open doors or the hatchway or something.
Right.
So I literally put my hand out. And I don't know. Again, I don't know why I did this. Remember, this stuff doesn't happen to me until it does, and I have no idea why this happened. I'm just telling you like it was. And I said, "Oh, hey, little fella, I think you better let me come take you outside, or you're not going to get any food in here." And I got like a chill when the thing stepped out from underneath the shelf unit right in front of me, and walked up onto my hand. Okay, and I looked at it. I brought it close to my face, and I said, "I am totally beside myself here." I said, "Wow, it's amazing that you're here," talking to it, like that. And I started to walk toward the door, and it starts chirping in my hand. Okay, and I'm like, "Wow!" It's almost like I don't want to let this thing go, but I think it's saying thank you, or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. So I put it outside, and I laid my hand down on the grass, and it walked right off my hand, not in a panic. Didn't hop, just walked off, started to chirp again, and I went back inside. I said, "You're welcome," and I kind of felt silly. Went back inside, shut the hatchway, and then thinking about this was a weird experience, But I don't know if the two things are connected, but that's weird to me, and I don't, I don't know what that was.
Very interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you like it was, and I don't know what it was, but it was definitely not something that was normal.
See, even the great Marc D'Antonio can have stuff happen to him that he just cannot explain.
Oh, silly you! Of course, I don't know. I mean, I don't have all the answers.
That's a good thing.
I gave Ian Kendall goosebumps. I'm sorry, man. It's I'm sorry. It's look, we're in control of all that anyway. So I think it was parallel universe intersections. I really do. I think it's, based on there's some astrophysical journal papers that came out in the last few years that discuss parallel universes and how that concept really does seem to make sense when we're trying to look for the missing mass in the Big Bang. The only answer for the missing mass is if other parallel universes were spawned, or there is another spot in the universe we haven't found yet where all this mass might be, buried in something else. And maybe dark matter has something to do with it, but dark matter and dark energy, the only reason they're called dark anything is they're dark. The word dark just means we don't know what it is. Doesn't mean it's black. Right. Dark matter can be a bright white matter. In fact, we don't even know. So it's something that it's the cusp of current astrophysics.
It's something we're still working on.
Yeah, we'll get back to you when we figure it out. Okay. Thank you. We'll see you next week, where we'll probably say the same thing.
Yeah.
So but they said that maybe the three these three things, normal matter, dark energy, they thought maybe all these things were related to each other, and that maybe there is parallel universes that account for the dark matter we cannot see. So it's interesting, and there were other papers that seemed to indicate that not only do they understand that parallel universes may very well be likely, they also have papers that indicate how they might be laid out, because they're getting clues as to the topology, like a network, like a computer network. They're getting a topology of what the parallel universe layout might look like. And I think that's interesting because it sounds like to everybody it's science fiction becoming science fact, right?
Do you think that time is the fourth dimension?
Well, in our everyday experience, time is the fourth dimension. We have X, Y, and Z all moving through time. Mm-hmm. It only goes forward; it never goes backward.
So what do you think the fifth is?
Well, that's what I plead all the time when people try to tell me that do you think there's a UFO? I say, well, I plead the fifth. That's a very bad joke. I'm sorry.
That's the fifth dimension is every time Marc pleads.
Yeah, well, it's also wasn't that a band as well?
Yeah.
The fifth dimension. No. Well, keep in mind that depending on your physics world, we can have a variety of dimensional universes. We can have 3 dimensions. We can have up to 10 or 12 dimensions, depending on if we're living within string theory and working with string theory. So it's likely that other races that have become far more advanced than us would have discovered these long ago. Don't forget, we're 4.6 billion years old here on this Earth, but the universe is 13.8, as I've said before. That means that for more than 9 billion years, the universe has been here before we ever even formed. So that's important because and we tend to think of things as forming only when we form. Well, that's not true.
You know what I never asked you, and and it might not be your specialty area, but what do you think the role that early humans played? Obviously, you had the Mayans that actually concocted a calendar. You had Egyptians with the pyramids. Do you think that, because obviously the pyramids are in the same say Orion's belt.
Yeah.
You know, do you think that there is a legitimate connection between? Because I try to make this point to a lot of people that back then, because of, you know, the whole world was a dark sky site. So literally, they could walk out and look up and see the Milky Way, you know, in all its glory without barely any eye adjustment. You know, so do you think they actually did play a role in how, like, they built stuff? Do you think it was mostly cosmos stuff? Do you think that there's a possibility that you see all these ancient alien things, which personally I believe is a lot of crap? But I mean, do you think there's a chance that any of that could have played in with it?
Well, first I want to discuss your you know, the Mayan calendar and all that. That's, keep in mind, humans are pattern oriented. We're pattern matchers. You know, throughout our history, we try to find patterns in nature. We mimic them. We use them as guides. And so thus, the earliest one was the passage of the day to night.
Right.
The length of the day became what we call the day, and the night was the night. I mean, then the succession of days became a month. And what was that tied to? That was tied to the lunar cycle. Many moons, you know. So, you know, when we are very good at pattern matching and creating patterns, seeing the patterns within nature. And that is something that was very, very important. Now,
but you have to admit, they had to be watching the skies for an awfully long time. You know, to take this is not just the mines, but, you know, elsewhere as well with stuff that we found. I mean, it takes a long time for them to figure out, like, say, the precession of the equinox and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting to.
You know, so yeah. Sorry, continue.
No, that's fine. That's totally fine. The thing is, when we look at, let's take Stonehenge, and we look at the stone alignments and how the alignments seem to be like every season. Wow, the sun rises exactly through this little hole. We can see it right through this notch in the stones. We see this all over the world with these monolithic structures, you know, these Neolithic developments back then. Now, this type of thing is something that humans did because we needed to recognize patterns in nature to give us some regularity. We need patterns. We need patterns of time because we operate on patterns of time. And so these Neolithic structures were a way to help us do that. They were also a way to basically give certain classes of people power. You know, if you could be an oracle man, you would be one of the most powerful people in the ancient civilizations if you knew what was coming. And if you knew there was an eclipse, if you could figure out when the next eclipse was coming, oh man, you could literally become like I'm seeing here, like an Egyptian pharaoh. Okay, you could literally rise to you know, very heady power if you could predict these astronomical cycles, stuff like that. Remember, in 1052 AD, right? The Crab Nebula supernova exploded, and we see the remnant now. But that was a bright star seen even in the daytime. So that would be something to have seen. Now, you could never have predicted that back then or now even. But the fact was that was used, as a matter of fact, as omens. You know, it was something there was a portent. You know, a portent of both good and bad, depending on your history. So, you know, the universe basically drove human cultures a lot of the way that they were going. You know, the patterns of the Earth drove us to create time, and the universe and the things that happened in the universe drove us to create myths. The patterns in the night sky, right? We're pattern matchers. We created constellations.
Well,
and thus,
do you think
mythology surrounding these constellations?
Do you think that the pyramids had any other function besides just being a burial tomb for pharaohs and whatnot?
Well, they may not be burial tombs. That's the thing. We don't really know, because remember, there's the Valley of the Kings, right? Where you have a bunch of tombs. They look very different from the pyramids. Now, why the pyramids? You know, who knows? Now, I'll just want to dispel this though once and for all. I do not believe that extraterrestrials helped build the pyramids. I believe that we are more than capable of dragging big rocks around I personally think that the way the pyramids were built was that they were actually buried and then excavated after they were finished. So that the bottom layer would be built, and then they would, bring in the sand. Then that would become the next layer, the next ground level, and then they would add on and add on and add on until they did the capstones and the caps. Then they unburied it. They excavated all the sand, leaving behind the pyramid. And the pyramids now are not what the pyramids were then. They actually had these capstones covering them, and they were just beautiful. The pyramids had a very, very different look. If the Egyptians saw them now, they go, "Oh, that's ugly. That wasn't what we made." But all that stuff eroded away over time. All the outer capstones all eroded away.
I just find it amazing that when you spoke of monoliths, like how monoliths are found on different and opposite sides of the globe, but yet are the same. You know what I mean? The same point at top. It's just it almost makes me think. Okay, well, either there was some kind of contact back then, or somehow we lost a big chunk of history somewhere that we have yet to find. That explains all this with the Egyptians, what they were for, how they were used. Besides just some, carvings on the walls and whatnot, there has, you would figure that there would be some kind of history written and passed down, kind of like they did with the Bible. You can argue all day, accurate or not accurate, but still the stories were passed down. And you figure there was something around today that maybe we, current humans have not found yet to make that connection and actually know what they were doing with, say, the pyramids or the monoliths or, even the Easter Island. There should be something that connects that all, if they were in fact in touch with one another or not.
Well, there is something that shows a connection, and I did a conference talk at a symposium in Denver, and as part of that conference, I mentioned this, and I think I was the only one ever to point this out. I'm not saying that as a pat on the back. I'm saying that, why would I be the only one to notice this? This information has been out there for so long. When I was doing my research, I realized that from ancient India to ancient Australia to ancient Italy to ancient to Renaissance paintings, there's something we see in the deities of every ancient deity that is represented. Every ancient deity tends to have a halo. What is the halo? It's a round sphere around the head. Wait a minute. Now, people say, well, it's a space helmet. But the fact is, no, I don't think it is. Okay? If you can go interstellar, you're not going to have a space helmet. Okay? Most likely, it could have been, if we want to talk about aliens, let's talk about that. Maybe it was a three-dimensional electric force field that had kind of a glow, an illumination, from, maybe it was ionizing the air in a spherical pattern around the heads as a germ filter or something, a biofilter. But to an ancient people, it looked, magical, and thus they became gods. Witness the Wandjina in Australia. Thousands of years ago in the Kimberley region of Australia, the Aboriginal people talked about the Wandjina. They were rumored to have come from the sky, live in the water, in the sea, deep in the ocean, and have mastery of the water. And this was part of my lecture, and I mentioned that the two boys as the myth goes, it's called the Wandjina myth. Two boys were torturing an owl one time, and in retribution, because the owl was very important to the Wandjina, the Wandjina wiped out their village and killed them all using the water. Okay. Now, if you look back on it as a typical, like a scientist would, and you say, well, maybe it was just a tsunami. We can find evidence that there were tsunamis that hit Australia and that region at the time. And you say, okay, it was just a tsunami and it became conflated into this weird myth. On the other hand, okay, one of the things you can say is, well, maybe we were actually witnessing alien contact, because owls look very much like great aliens. All right. If you put in my talk, I put them side by side, and when I show the image of an owl and a great alien, you can hear people in the audience. Oh, they get the connection. And I'm not trying to put this into their head and say this is what it was. I'm saying, consider that if an alien race were to come here, ancient peoples might think that gray aliens are a weird form of an owl because they're small, they're petite, and they kind of look like owls. When you look on the walls, the pictographs, the paintings on the cave walls that they show, these owl creatures, all right, these Wandjina, they are sometimes represented as having bodies, and the bodies look remarkably like gray alien bodies, okay, with halos. Now, go to Val Camonica, Italy. They show there's a cave painting in Val Camonica, on the other side of the world, that shows two creatures with these round halos fighting each other. Okay, shift forward into India, and in India there's a cave painting that shows. I'm saying painting now, not petroglyph. Painting, an actual paint on the wall, ancient paint showing an object that looks like a UFO shooting a beam, and it's showing a spirally beam coming out of this object that's a UFO. Now, could those have just been, mistaken artifacts, all of them? Sure. Could the Wandjina have been a made-up myth? Sure. But the fact was, the Wandjina are shown with these black eyes, okay? And the UFO is shown looking remarkably like a disc. And the fighters are shown as humanoids, remarkably wearing or having these helmets floating over their heads. Now, around their heads. So I think if you think about this, maybe, perhaps, maybe that's what these ancient peoples were seeing, were creatures that had these germ filters, that maybe they visited the Earth. Now, all these disparate cultures don't talk to each other, never.
Did we lose Mark? I think we might have.
And I think it's very important to understand that.
I was kind of wondering how we lost you there for a second.
You lost me?
Yeah, you went completely silent for like 3 or 4 seconds, but you're back now.
Okay, well, I don't know what I said that people missed, but
not a problem.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was saying that I think that, why do we see these deities all shown in all these cultures across the world that never talk to each other? Why is it we actually see them with these halos? Why did the halo become common across all these cultures that never had any business talking to each other?
Well, it's probably along the same reason why there's a whole bunch of UFOs pictured in ancient paintings too.
I talked about that. Paintings. Yep, I talked about that. I talked about the one painting where the guy and his dog were looking up at the UFO in the sky. Okay, and I said that was interesting. I talked about, and I showed several Renaissance paintings that actually had, UFOs in the sky, basically with beams coming out of them. And we had to think, well, could it have been that these folks all over the world saw the same thing, and then it became part of our culture, thrown, pushed down through myths and paintings, Renaissance religious work, all those things. Could it have been that they saw something? And my answer is I believe they could have. There's no reason they couldn't have. Remember, 4.5 billion years, 13.8 billion years, the age of the universe.
Yep.
So I'm sorry. It's fairly likely, in my view, that we have been visited in the past. Now, we may not have ongoing visitation at all. We may not have moon bases at all, but with aliens. But if I was an alien race, I would set up on the terminator of the moon so that I could get a view of the Earth and be reasonably hidden from Earthlings looking at us. And we're not there anyway. We could put a gigantic flag on the moon as an alien race and say, "Ha, you can't get me." And they're very right. We couldn't.
Yeah.
But, I think also that's something that is endemic to a society that's advanced, is that they will have a policy, a process in place that might prevent them from affecting the outcome on a planet. That is to say, they wouldn't give, Iran a big weapon or something.
Are you talking about kind of like on Star Trek, the Prime Directive?
Yes, and the fact that we thought of the Prime Directive as a metaphor means something. It could be just a movie thing, a TV series thing, but then again, the Planetary Protection Officer that NASA is hiring now, that silly name that it is, that's actually the job of the Planetary Protection Officer. That's what their job thing is.
Right.
They are assigned to look at all the new missions going out to the outer planets, like the Europa mission, and decide whether that mission is safe for any potential life that might be on Europa. In other words, don't contaminate and hurt life elsewhere. What is that? That's a prime directive.
And it's also, say if we send, something there to collect samples, like from Mars, and actually bring it back to Earth, it's don't contaminate Earth with something from Mars.
That's exactly right. And it's also, how do we deal with the microbes found on the outside of the International Space Station?
Yep.
Okay, what do we do with the spacesuits when the astronauts are outside touching these things?
Let me ask you
How do we handle that?
Is the plan for the International Space Station, once it's decommissioned, to send it into the atmosphere?
Well, yeah, I don't think
was
we
it
have to send
designed
it.
to disintegrate fairly totally
well,
over the Pacific
It's moving 17,500 miles an hour, and you know what? I don't think they can actually predict what atmospheric drag is going to do or where it's going to put it over any potentially inhabited area. The reason is because the solar cycles affect our atmosphere. The atmosphere, when it's energized by the sun, will expand, and then more molecules of very, very thin atmosphere at that level, at 252 miles where the station is, more molecules will hit the station and slow it down a very, very tiny amount. And they can't speed it up. Okay, so they have to just try and boost it higher in its orbit if they can. And if they finally run out of the ability to do that, or they finally run out of money to do that, then the space station is going to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and leave a blazing trail thousands of miles long.
And most likely, it's going to be done over the ocean. Has to be.
Well, it's not going to. I don't know about. I'm not sure if that's going to be deorbited intentionally. It may be.
Well, I think it will once there's no more use for it. Like, say if they have plans for another one and they've done the test that they wanted to do. I mean, some people have said that in 2024 it's already been confirmed to be decommissioned.
Yeah, they were thinking by 2026 or so, right? It was going to end up re-entering the Earth's atmosphere anyway. But you got to think about it. It's a very fragile, interconnected Tinker Toy project up there. It really isn't a station that's very it's robust. Don't get me wrong.
But they do have really a lot of things in place to deal with heat and whatnot.
Yes.
So it might make it a little bit more, hard to disintegrate. I mean, obviously they obviously took this into account when they built the thing, that eventually it's going to have to come back in. Or stick a rocket up its ass and send it out towards Jupiter. But once again, we're not like that, so we want to make sure it's decommissioned properly, and anything that potentially riding along with it, gets destroyed on the way back in as well. But you would almost think they have to intentionally, they want some control over that, where they actually bring it back in over the ocean, just in case some of those parts survive the fall.
And you see how well that works out when you actually see some guy in Africa pointing at the gigantic helium or oxygen tank that landed in his backyard. Stuff like that. So it doesn't always work out that way. But again, when the thing breaks up, it's not going to just break up and be done. It's going to break up over a period of time. And it's going to take it some time to break up fully, and the largest, heaviest parts, more massive parts, the denser pieces, are going to make it to the Earth. Solar panels, nah. Still, those won't make it. The parts that'll actually make it to the Earth are like the parts of maybe one of the docking modules, where there's a spherical component that can more efficiently, ablate the heat away or whatever, and that might make it to the Earth, and things like that. But
there's bound to be some pieces that make the trip.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, don't forget when Columbia burned up there, and when it re-entered, they actually found human remains. okay, that didn't get burned up. They found empty astronaut helmets, okay, which is really poignant. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then they found tons of debris that made it. Now, it was also moving at the speed that the space station is moving, but it did have heat ablating tiles. Don't forget. So part of that did preserve the shuttle for a longer distance than the space station would, because it doesn't have any heat ablating tiles. It's not meant to re-enter. Right. In fact, it's so fragile that if you could put a force on it of a few thousand pounds, like a thrust, and just give it an instant push, all of those solar panels would fold up and just bend and be destroyed. So I mean, it wouldn't take much to destroy the station. Right. Well, and those components are only held together by little airlocks. So.
Let me ask you this: at this point in time, let's say we're on the tail end of the ISS wrapping up, last 10 years, 8 years, or whatever. What's the next step for NASA, do you think?
I think that NASA is definitely going to do the following. I think it's going to partner with private companies, and I'll say it this way: they're going to plunder the moon. They're going to start doing lunar mining, and I think as we move along here, we will be training our telescopes on the lunar mining operations and saying, oh, look, we can see the activity going on there. Because when we look at the moon with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera, we can actually see dust being raised by the mining operation up on the moon. Or from Earth, we can see at certain times of the moon's phase, maybe we'll get a glint off of part of the structure that's on the moon, and we'll actually see an artificial glint of one of the structures on the moon that's part of this base on the moon for mining. I think that that's coming in our future. I really do. And I think NASA is going to focus on the outer solar system. They're going to focus on the possibilities of Mars.
Do you see a lot of the lunar scientists and whatnot with NASA now heading off to companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin and even foreign like the ESA or India's growing space agency?
Yeah, and so is Iran's, okay, and so is China's. I mean, China actually landed a rover on the moon, as you know, and that rover actually sent back some extremely high-resolution imagery. And if you guys in the chat haven't seen it yet, go look it up. Look up the Chinese rover high-res imagery, and you'll see some beautiful photos sent back. And don't complain about not seeing stars. I don't want to hear that, because by now you should know that to photograph the moon in the right light balance, stars, or even some of the brightest stars, would be way too dim to show through that brightness. It's like saying, I'm just going to do a demo. I'm going to do this demo on the front lawn on a starry night. I'm going to show the starry sky and dynamically put a white card that's lit in front of it, and the camera will automatically stop down to show the card correctly. And I'll have a little design on the card, black and white image.
What do you think is driving this massive, say in the last 5 years, this massive conspiracy and hate for NASA? Like, the flat earthers and the nibtards and all that stuff. What do you think is the main driver behind this? You think it's just a distrust in government?
Okay, I'll tell you that in a second. I just want to finish the last point. When we look at the craters and we look at the fact there's no stars, that's important to understand why that happens. So I'm going to show that dynamically, and I might do it as part of one of my Sky Tour live streams. Basically, I'm going to show and I'll even make it a photo of the moon. And if I light it with a light, and I'm looking at a starry sky, because I can show starry sky, with my camera dynamically, and I move this in front of it, it's going to be very bright. But if I change the aperture so that the moon looks right, you won't see any stars in the sky. It'll look black. All right, and that'll show that whole point. So now your other question regards NASA and why people hate NASA. Well,
not just NASA, but what do you think is just driving the whole belief in these whacked out conspiracy theories that science proves aren't true?
Well, NASA's the target because NASA's the agency that oversees space-borne programs. So they're the natural target. Had Elon Musk been the guy, then he'd be blamed for everything. In fact, when Elon Musk gets out there and starts a moon base or whatever, There will be a bunch of people saying, "Oh, Elon Musk is hiding stuff from us," blah blah blah.
Well, they've already started with Bigelow Aerospace. There's some big conspiracy with them.
Yeah, I was looking inside the Bigelow inflatable habitat actually up on the space station. That's pretty cool. There's if you haven't heard about it, you guys in the chat, there's a interactive It's Google Earth now. It's through Google Earth. It's an interactive ISS tour. You can just go winging your way through the ISS, go all through the ISS. It's all photos, it's all 3D photos. You can turn around, look around, and enter every single module. I did it the other night. It was really nice. It doesn't work through Google Earth that you download. It actually works through the Google Earth that you have to get online. So look it up online and go in, and you can zip through and even go up to, but I don't think enter the Bigelow module. But you can see the Bigelow module attached, and it's very, very cool. So and what Robert Bigelow was doing. Robert Bigelow was a big name within MUFON because years ago he actually gave MUFON tens of thousands of dollars to do some investigation, and then he became pariah about it because people started accusing him of hoarding the information, and there was nothing to find, but people accused him of hiding stuff to find. And so, any name like that, any big name, will become a target. They will. I'm a target because I do the photo and video analysis. I'm always a target, and especially when they hear that I did some Navy work that might have been, classified. Then of course I'm hiding everything. And then, like on Above Top Secret, a guy came on Above Top Secret and said, "Do you know this D'Antonio guy? He's worked for all these 3-letter agencies. I dug this up after doing some extensive study of him on the internet."
Oh, is that the guy that just had to go to your website
and make one, and then do one click to get to my client list where I list everything? Because I don't hide a darn thing. I show people what I am. I tell people who I am and what I've done. Cool. That's it. And I wrote in that very same chat, which shut him right down. I said, hi, this is Mark. I'm the guy you're talking about, and just for everybody's edification, you only had to go click once on my site to get that extensive research, I put that in quotes, that you supposedly did. I state openly what I did, and all you had to do was click on the link called clients, and you see the client list, which includes everybody I work for. I don't hide it. Yeah. So, yeah, but that's what happens. You get all these people, and by the way, I do want to say I really do like Nibtard. That was a really good name.
Well, it's like, like even with flat earthers, it's like all the proof is there. You can prove it to yourself, but it's almost like in order to be a flat earther, you have to be anti-science. You have to be, because once you get into a debate with them, once they start, denying science as we know it, then there's just there's no real debate.
Yeah, I came up with a really good, I think it's a really good bunch of flat Earth reputations, basically, and not the standard ones that are out there. I came up with my own, and I can go through them real quick with you if you want. When people say the Earth is flat, they usually have a model that says, well, the sun, kind of. It's only a few thousand miles away, and it is like a spotlight, and it moves over the Earth. Well, then, if that was true, then why does the sun actually move upwards in the sky and downwards when it sets? It would never do that. It would recede or approach. It would never move down. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, its angular diameter, as measured in the sky, never changes. That's impossible. If it's a spotlight moving over the Earth, because when it goes away, it's going to get smaller if it recedes into the distance. So in the flat Earth, this can't be possible. So, that's a simple thing, isn't it? Angular diameter doesn't change.
It sounds pretty simple.
Pretty open and shut.
Yeah.
The sun would not appear to rise above our horizon in such a case, okay? It'd be approaching or receding. It would never come up or down like that. And if it did look like it was going down, it means that it's going down because it's moving around a curve, a sphere. It would just get smaller in the distance is what it would do. And why did people not even see this? Why do they even not think about it?
Yeah, like what is the driving force behind it? Is it just to be contrary? Is it just a distrust in government? Is it, you know, what? I mean, it's blown up. Obviously, you had a couple celebrity numbnuts that, you know, want to jump on the bandwagon. Obviously, never paid attention in physics class, you know,
Yeah.
or geology for that matter. But there has to be, like, why do more and more people keep on jumping on this bandwagon?
Yeah, it's like, Professor Shaq, can you tell me about the flat Earth and why it's flat? Oh yeah, sure, I can tell you why it's flat, because everywhere I go, it's flat. Oh, thank you very much. Wow, that's important.
Yeah, and then they're talking about, oh, I can be on a plane and it still looks flat. It's like that because your plane's flying a little low, but okay. And then you have, you know, the guy showing the Chicago, you know, skyline or Detroit skyline, and he's like, oh, I shouldn't be able to see these buildings if it's dipped 8 inches per mile. And it's like, yeah, but you're missing the whole, you know, bottom 20 floors on that building. You know what I mean?
Exactly so.
So it's like,
it's yeah, you're right. And by the way, I did this calculation even just yesterday. You can't see the curve of the Earth truly see the curve of the Earth until you're at almost 80,000 feet. That's when you can start to see the curve of the Earth. It's really a little more prominent at 105,000 feet. Okay?
Yep.
No jets ordinarily fly that high. The U-2 only flew close to 80,000. You know, 74,000. You know, 79,000. Okay, and that was the only kind of jet that was ever even remotely capable of seeing the potential curve of the Earth. So I don't. You know, when people say they can't see the curve of the Earth because they're in a jet, well, you know what? That's ignorance.
Yeah.
And I don't mind calling them that. I don't mind calling that.
I love the people that send balloons up with cameras, and then if it does show a curve, if it gets high enough to show a curve, all of a sudden they're like, "Well, take the fisheye lens off of it," and it's like, oh.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, people do fly GoPros.
Yeah.
And GoPros do produce a fisheye, so they blame it on the GoPro. And
Sure.
I would actually like to see a proper aspect corrected
There
camera
are a couple.
sent up. Yeah, I think Project Ether was good because they did something like that. We were going to do actually something like that. I still want to actually, but it costs about $600 to launch your own balloon.
Yeah.
And that's really, you're paying mostly for the helium, believe it or not.
Well, not to mention you got to get FAA clearance too.
Yeah, you do, but that can happen. It doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah.
I love most of all. I love the theory about how GPS works in a flat Earth. In the flat Earth world, GPS satellites are on balloons. Okay, they're on balloons. It's like, wait, what?
I've seen everything from GPS being on balloons to these tall radio towers. Aren't radio towers? They're what's operating your GPSs and
right,
and everything.
Exactly.
Like that.
Just give me a tower. I'll make sure that I can fit into my fakery. Oh, but then there's something else that doesn't make any sense. How can you have a prediction about the ISS passing over at a certain time, and you see the satellite, and then you see it fade out? Wait a minute. This is flat Earth now. How can that happen?
Yep.
How can a satellite even? What's the concept of an orbit with flat Earth? There is none. Okay.
I'm pretty sure they have a bull way to explain that too. That makes absolutely no sense.
There's no way to make an orbit happen. So they'll say things like, well, like the sun, they make little loops up there. Well, okay. Why don't they ever go in a loop? Why don't we ever see them in a circular pattern? We never see them moving in a circle. Okay, and shouldn't we see that? You know, then so that's another ridiculous thing.
I find it funny that the people that say, "Oh, well, the sun's not rising where it used to," and it's like, yeah, it's called seasons.
Yeah, seasonal change. That's right.
It's like, well, back in the summer, the sun was, rising more to the north, and I'm like, yeah, that's the Earth's tilt. You know, I mean, it's as simple. I mean, Google is your friend. And but they're like, well, I don't trust Google, and I'm like, okay. And then it's like
elementary school was your friend too, but you know, it's just like, Jesus.
You try to explain to them that anything like over 100 miles wide in space is going to collapse in on itself and make itself a ball, and then they go, well, I don't believe in gravity. Gravity is a myth, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, gravity is a theory in all terms, but it's the one that makes sense and that works with what we have figured out.
And oops, we found gravity waves. Oh, I'm sorry. That's an inconvenient truth for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
You and Al Gore can go sit in the corner and just look at each other and then go, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Because gravity waves were predicted by Einstein way back in the 30s. And then when these two black holes were merging, guess what we saw?
Yeah.
Gravity waves. Gravity waves.
I just don't get it. I mean, we live in the age of information where any information that you want is at your fingertips, and what you decide to latch onto is flat Earth and a rogue brown dwarf out in the Kuiper Belt coming in and destroying everybody. I mean, how does that happen? Like, it's just...
Look at... Here's how it happens. I say it this way, and this is the only way that I can tell you. If you are science-free, that's what I call them. If you're science-free, you can create the laws of the universe any way that works for you. Yeah. And that's what they do.
Your science-free is a better term than what I have for them.
Yeah, well, mine is something I could put in print.
My term for them is intentional retardation. That means it's a choice to believe in something when science proves it otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
You never
Gosh.
know.
Yeah, no, it's awful. Let me tell you. Wait, it's just Amanda plugging his new movie. Whose new movie? I missed something. I missed a. Yeah. She is asking me if I'm plugging his new movie. I go, what new movie is that? I'm looking back in the chat, Amanda, and I don't see it. So
I think she
quickly
was making a joke of some point, maybe, or.
Well, she's saying LOL.
Mark, have you ever heard of an electric universe theory?
I have.
We have these people showing up as well in the chat sometime, and I kind of like to get your take on it. I mean, truthfully, I can't really say anything about it because I haven't read up on it. But, I mean, if you have, what's your take on it?
Well, as far as the electric universe, we have to define what we mean by the electric universe. Are we talking about the nature of structure? Are we talking about the nature of construct?
I have no idea.
The universe. Yeah,
I mean, I have a lot of people come on and say, "Oh, look at those craters! They were formed by electric something or other." Electric discharge, maybe, or. Well, I thought you said you knew a little bit about this, because I have no idea.
I don't really know a whole lot about the electric universe theory. I actually think about, I do think about the theory that the universe and space travel is related to frequencies, and the ability to, if we can muster certain frequencies, we might actually be able to travel through the universe sort of instantaneously. Mm-hmm. I don't buy into this yet, but I'm interested in looking at it because it's sort of an interesting thought problem. And I've got some ways to go there, so I don't have enough knowledge about that yet to even make a supposition. But I mean, I can look up the electric universe theory and see if it's something that I know about, because it might be something I've heard in other terms.
It seems like they've incorporated a lot more science than, say, flat earthers or Nibiru people, but and actually tried to explain themselves in a rather scientific kind of way that makes sense. Once again, I haven't read up on it like too much to know exactly what they're trying to say or how they're trying to say it, but that's one thing I do have to do before I actually comment any further on it. So, well,
keep in mind that everything we see in the universe has relation to charged particles that may or may not be causing it. All right. So to that end, if that's what they're talking about, electric universe, then I agree with it. Okay. There are certain things that occur that.
Well, Abe just posted in the chat. It said, "Please look into thunderbolts and the electric universe." So I'm guessing thunderbolts in some way has something to do with the electric universe theory.
Okay, I see that now. I will. And yes, okay, Obsessed House, he's talking about Aurora. Well, actually, Aurora is directly related to highly charged energetic particles, solar wind, actually, and particles heading into the magnetic field, some being trapped there, which become the Van Allen radiation belts. The magnetic
field, are not impossible to go through.
Correct. Yes. Correct. And so when we look at the auroras, for instance, yes, those are very highly charged electrical phenomena, basically, of these charged particles, if you want to think of it that way. And then there are plasma events, yes, that will also cause things like that to happen. For instance, when we look at a comet, okay, a comet has both a dust tail and what's called a plasma tail, right? An ion tail. Well, that ion tail is always pointing away from the comet because that's what always points at the sun and points away from the sun, right? Because that is the result of interactions with charged particles, okay, and solar wind from the sun, okay. So that's always pointing away from the sun. The dust tail is just the stuff that dribbles off and evaporates from ablation by the solar energy hitting it. So that dust tail can kind of just sort of hang in space for a while, and then a year later we go through the tail and that becomes a meteor shower, okay. That's what meteor showers come from, in fact, is comet tails, basically. And it's the remnants of comets long ago that have passed through here, either periodically or one time. So like that, with a comet, we do see, ions, for instance, being streamed off, and that is an electrical phenomenon of sense because those are atoms that have been ionized, which means their electrons are been stripped away, and they will end up going out behind the comet. They will also have a light of their own that they will give off if they're combining with electrons again, and they spontaneously emit. So the ion tail is something that is an electrical phenomenon, basically, on a comet. So we do have an electric universe in a sense, if you want to think of it that way. So you can look at the universe from that point of view. But I look at it from my point of view, and I still see electromagnetic, phenomena anyway. So it's very significant regardless. And I don't, and none of us in astronomy actually think of electric universe as an isolated thing. Okay. Well, we know, of course, the universe is driven by electrical energy and plasma. We see it. The sun's got plasma. It makes plasma. Plasma interactions cause all kinds of strange things. It causes our magnetic field to be irradiated. And particles get trapped there.
And it's probably why the UFOs hang out around thunderstorms. You do see that a lot.
Yeah, well, you hear about it a lot. But the thing is, thunderstorms are interesting because the lightning bolt is a very complicated structure. You see the squiggle of the lightning and it's gone. What's actually happening there is there's multiple channels opening up between the cloud and the ground, and they're called macrotortuous channels and microtortuous channels. And when a lightning bolt starts to feel its way to the ground, and these charges trying to reach the ground. All right. At the same time, there's charge from the ground trying to reach the cloud because they're sort of attracted to each other, right? So when a lightning bolt makes a connection, when one of these lightning fingers, we'll call that a channel, it makes an open channel between the ground and the cloud, then the ground charges rush up through, and the cloud charges rush down through the channel, and they meet in the middle. And you get a lightning bolt. So lightning doesn't strike from cloud to the ground. It strikes, it goes from the ground up and from the cloud down, and it sort of slams in the middle. And that's how it actually works. That's how the arc works.
Let me ask you a question from Daryl, since he doesn't really ask many questions because Daryl's a pretty smart guy in itself. But
he has plenty of knowledge.
He wants to ask you a opinion question, which is, what's your opinion of Peter Beckmann's ether theory?
I don't know Beckmann's ether theory.
There you go.
That's my opinion, I guess.
And we did have somebody else earlier ask you another question, but if you want to elaborate on the ether theory, if you have anything to elaborate on, feel free.
No, okay, that's fine. I'm sure that he will, that Daryl will say something about the ether theory. The concept of ether was one of the early astronomy concepts because back then no one knew anything about space. So they called it the ether. And they thought of it as this material that actually did the things that the universe does, okay, through ether. And it's like And we now know it's a vacuum, and there isn't an ether, so to speak. And I don't know if that's part of Beckmann's ether theory or whatever. I don't tend to pay too much attention to those kinds of theories that are a little more off the wall like that. Yeah. But that's just me. I tend to focus on the stuff that we do know, and not the stuff that might be kind of fringe stuff. I'm okay with learning new stuff, but if it's a little fringy, then it's there for a reason. And sometimes today's fringe is tomorrow's science. I get it. I understand.
And Brandon Rickman had asked a while ago. Probably almost an hour and a half ago. Sorry, guys, I'm just getting around to him now, but I don't know if he's here. But he says, what will happen if Saturn gets into the Goldilocks zone?
Well,
yeah, what does happen to planets that get gas planets that get trapped in Goldilocks zone?
Well, maybe nothing, except if they're in the Goldilocks zone, then their upper atmospheres are going to be warmer, and then that's going to translate to the inner planet. And there'll be changes in the chemistry, changes in the chemical reactions in the top of the clouds. Maybe some of those upper cloud decks, okay, that's DECKS decks, upper cloud decks will actually evaporate, perhaps, as there's more activity, more increased solar wind hitting these cloud decks will tend to evaporate them. There might be stronger UV in the habitable zone. That UV will disassociate some of the upper level compounds that are in those cloud decks, and the atmosphere will most likely and probably definitely thin out a little bit in the upper areas. The upper parts of the cloud deck might over a few eons become more transparent. And you'd see deeper into the cloud decks. I think that'd be a pretty cool thing. If someone put a Jupiter-type planet in like a Earth location and showed it as Jupiter, then I would have to say that looks a little strange to me, because that wouldn't make sense to me. It wouldn't make sense to have a Jupiter-type planet that didn't have any kind of eroded cloud decks, because that would be completely negating the increased energy from the sun, and it would have a much more highly increased energy. Now, Jupiter has a very powerful magnetic field of its own, and it traps a lot of particles from the sun as well, so it has a fairly extensive radiation belt around it as well. Now that's a radiation belt that we would have trouble surviving in, because that's very, very powerful. Because it's that much more gravity, that much more of a field, that much more of a strong radiation belt.
Cool. And I want to take this time to thank everybody in the YouTube chat that's been hanging out with us, asking questions.
Yeah, it's great.
I see everybody's been having a pretty good night down there. Just want to give some shout outs. Let me see here. I'm just going to go through the participants list real quick. If I can't pronounce your name, sorry ahead of time. But hanging out tonight, we got Tupacalypse and Annie Dozen, which I think is Electric Universe person. I see him posting a lot of stuff on there.
Big as me, Billy Jordan.
Yeah, Billy Jordan, Sherry, of course, and Dapple, and Daryl, and Deborah, and of course, Mod of the Year, D, and Amanda as Danny Fan, and Duplicat, Easy C, Genghis Khan, Ian Kendall, Jeff Soul, Jeremy Jang, John Lennon, Ken Hancock, Matthew Clayton, Mo Mama Teak, Obsessed House, formerly Jello,
and you,
myself, and Prow, Steve, Talia, and WEM. That's who I have on the active participants list. If I missed you, don't feel bad. I'll go through the list again a little later.
How come I'm not on there?
But once again, thanks for joining us. You are listening to me, Keith, and my friend, Marc D'Antonio, who also has a live stream, the Sky Tour live stream with Marc D'Antonio. Be sure, I'm sure Amanda can post a link to your channel. Marc handles a lot of the deep sky stuff, stars, nebula, all kinds of good stuff. And once again, he does exactly what he's doing here, and he's teaching, which is something that he's very good at. And I cannot recommend his channel enough.
Thanks, man.
Three of us have partnered up on Astro Imaging Live. You have myself and Paul handling the planets and moon for the most part. You have Marc handling the deep space stuff with the nebulas and stars and basically taking you on a tour of the sky.
Live
at the nighttime,
and uncut.
and live and uncut. And then of course you have Bill, New York Skywatcher, who is handling beautifully right now the wide field coverage of the sky, and his specialty is definitely meteor showers, which we are approaching the Perseids on August 12th, and he actually just put up today. Bill, New York Skywatcher, did a video of the last week of all the meteors that he's seen going by. It's really, really fascinating. I mean, he had some bright ones go by, and it's a beautiful camera that he has. So check out Bill's channel, Bill, New York Skywatcher, and of course, Sky Tour live stream with Marc D'Antonio. And we're just kind of sitting here, just chilling out tonight. And once again, Marc, you say this every time, and every time you come on, the time goes so fast because you were like, "Oh yeah, I'll come on for a little bit," and that was, let's see, hold on, let me see what the Skype thing says.
Well, we were out for about an hour, weren't we?
You've been on for 2.5 hours.
Whoa!
That's what I'm saying. The time just freaking flies, man. 2 hours, 30 minutes, approaching 2 hours and 31 minutes.
Oh man. Well, if I'm boring you guys, just let me know. I can go and ditch it and get out of here.
Let me say, if you're boring anybody in there, I don't care, because I'm learning something. So you're going to be here whether one person's in the chat or a million people are.
No, man, you want to drive subscribers, man.
Hey,
that's
we're not
funny.
in this for subscribers, believe it or not.
No, I know, but you're in it for people to come in and see what's going on. That's what I'm in it for. I want people to just come enjoy it.
The best thing that has happened since me and Paul decided to team up and start this channel is the amount of like-minded people that have found us. And then, I mean, you see it every day. People just adding stuff. I mean, you got people likes of yourself, Bill, Amanda, Daryl. Huge help with helping people and answering their questions. I mean,
Daryl, you're a smart guy. Just want to let you know that.
Yeah, that's what, to
very
me,
clearly.
That's what makes a good mod. When they know when to bounce somebody, they know when to have patience. They can help people and answer their questions scientifically, not with more with facts and not opinions. And they're willing to teach somebody that actually has legit questions, and that's my criteria for mods. And people say, well, you have a lot of mods in there. Of course I do. Absolutely. Yeah. I want a lot of mods in there because I want to sift out, pardon my French, the bullshit, so people actually get to learn something when they come here. And we do have a lot of families that watch. We have a lot of schools that watch. Of course, David Schmidt is in the chat, another bright guy. He's teaching overseas.
Are we supposed to do something with him?
We are going to do something with him in the fall, yep. Or maybe even sooner. So, yeah. So we try to keep a community. We try to keep it clean. We try to keep down on the trolling and whatnot, but we do our best on it, and I think my mods are great, and a lot of them you will see are cross-channel mods because they get recommended to me from Bill and Marc, and then they get recommended to Bill from myself and Marc, and then they get recommended from Marc from me and Bill. So it's pretty much become a community, and we're welcoming new people every day. Last night we added, I think, like 48 subscribers. Just last night alone. So it was like, people are finding us, people are staying because this is what a lot of people are looking for. And if people are looking for flat earth or stuff like that, we can just point them in a different direction. Once again, we don't mind flat earthers, we don't mind the Nibiru people, but if they're going to be obnoxious when they come in here, then that's when they're going to get booted. We don't mind having a discussion, but we're not going to sit here and debate you and try to convince you, because obviously that just doesn't work. You're not going to convince us. We're not going to convince you, so it's pointless to talk about.
Yeah, Stanton Friedman says, don't bother me with facts. I've already made up my mind.
Yeah. Ah, what a night.
I know, it's pretty cool.
I know, I got to get up at 4:30. Can you believe that?
Wow. Where are you going tomorrow?
Work. Yeah, me and Paul still have day jobs, so I got to get up and pay the bills.
Oh, I have a day job too. Of course, my job is 7 days a week, and I work nights too. But that's
that's kind of what we do. I mean, I should say I have the job that pays the bills, and then I have this is pretty much a job. But what do they say? If you do something you love, you'll never work another day in your life.
Yeah.
Well, this is something I love, and I know this is something that Paul loves, so we don't actually consider it work.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
It does take time, and it does take a toll. Especially on like nights like this where I got to get up at 4:30. I got to get up 3 hours. But I have it planned out, and I have understanding bosses that I work for tomorrow. So I get to go down there and do whatever I have to do for the first 2 hours, and after that, he'll let me zonk out till 3 in the afternoon if I want to.
Wow, lucky you.
Yeah, right? So that's that's good. You know, it's good to have an understanding boss that'll actually let you do that, especially when he supports, you know, what you're doing with astronomy and whatnot. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only boss I have is me, because I own FX models, and so I've got contracts to fulfill. I've got submarine models that I make. I've got something I have to go to Virginia. I've just got an order for 4 of them or 5 of them yesterday or day before yesterday, and you know, on occasion I get these models that they're 12 feet long. I got a 12-foot, you know, Ohio class submarine. It's like, you know, hey, can you make us a 12-foot Ohio? Okay.
Holy crap! I just looked at my cameras. Is it raining and lightning out here? You've got to be kidding me! It was nice and clear not 10 minutes ago.
Oh, for you?
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh. Well, maybe that's somebody shining a flashlight in your security camera before they steal your car.
Well, no, because the night vision camera, you can always tell, and then there's definitely raindrops falling. Yeah, shoot. Oh well, at least it ain't in Miami, because it's a beautiful night in Miami, and we could
beautiful though.
Me and Paul aim for great weekend nights during the moon cycle, and we haven't had a good weekend night since February, where it was a Friday and Saturday night of just really clear skies. We might end up with that this weekend, hopefully.
I hope so. It looks good now.
Looks
There's
absolutely
Play-Doh.
amazing right now.
Isn't that Play-Doh I'm looking at right there?
Hold on, because I'm seconds ahead of you here.
Yeah, okay. No, sorry. I see it. It's that was Play-Doh. I think he just zoomed out.
Yeah.
I just looked at it real quick.
I told Paul earlier, I said we should take the camera really far in to the Mare and scan the mountain edges. I think that'd be pretty neat to do, because I don't think we've ever done that on here live.
Well, and it seems like you probably can now. And now is the time to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other night when I was doing a sky tour, and I actually looked up, and I with the camera I actually saw a supernova remnant in Cygnus, which is nearly overhead, which I've never seen in my life. Never.
Those pictures the other night, I mean, I was just, oh my god. Holy moly. I cannot believe some of those pictures you got the other night.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, you know? And they look even better now. Well, not those pictures, but they will look even better now, because I'm going to be, I calibrated it, so now the mirrors are lined up perfectly, and I'm going to get better imagery.
But just don't forget to send me that raw file when you think about it.
I will remember to forget it.
With the, what was the... Shoot, my brain is officially not working anymore. The one that had the line, the remnants of... the
supernova remnant?
There you go.
Yeah, I just said that like 30 seconds ago, so maybe you heard it and then let it go out of your head because you were focusing on doing other things.
My brain's crashing down.
That's okay.
Holy moly.
You got to be up in 3 hours.
Yeah, right? I got a pretty good sleep last night. I mean, but... I don't know. It was 5 or 6 hours last night, but
well, I don't get a lot of sleep. I mean, how could you? I mean,
I can't.
Night owl,
dude. If I sleep more than 6 hours, I'm tired all day.
Yeah, I can't.
For some reason, I am built for 4 to 6 hours of sleep.
Yep.
And that's it, and I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah, me too. I'm always getting a hassle for, you know, going to bed too late or whatever. It's like, no, you know what? I don't need the kind of sleep, you know. And I've been told you got to go to bed at 9:30. For what? So I'll be up at 12.
I got a question for you that you can answer. Why I messaged Paul about maybe doing the Mare around there zoomed in right now, since we got the moon good. But Christine D asks, what would happen to Earth without the moon? And I'll let you take it away. I'm going to message Paul.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great question. And if the moon suddenly went away, what would also suddenly go away is our tides, and we would also have a problem with the day cycle, our day-night cycle. Because right now, we used to have a shorter day when the moon was closer, and as the moon kind of migrated away, the day slowed down, and that has to do with, if you have to study orbital dynamics to understand how that happens. But the bottom line is that the moon plays a role in setting the length of our day, and the moon plays a role in the oceans, of course. Now, the sun also plays a role with our tides on the Earth as well, because the moon is pulling in one direction, the sun is pulling in another direction, and they line up when the moon and the sun are lined up with each other, which is the new moon, and are close to either side. And then they are opposed to each other when the moon is where it is now, through full moon, and a few days past where they're opposed. And there's a lot going on when we see the moon's effect on the Earth. So if the moon went away, then we would notice right away that most likely our day cycle would change, and it wouldn't just happen immediately. Okay, but of course the moon wouldn't disappear immediately either. Let's say the moon got hit by a gigantic invisible gravity-less object, and it just disappeared. Got eaten up by a black hole, which itself then evaporated. So no residual anything. So in other words, instantly gone. No residuals. No meteors to hit the Earth. Jesus, what was that, Keith? This gigantic P and K on the screen. Holy cow! He scared everybody. It's like, oh, P and K collided with the moon. And then so it would cause a problem where we would see the sudden loss of the moon. If it was sudden, truly sudden, then the tidal bulge would relax and likely could cause some damage, because the moon being there, it's a gradual increase of the tides and a decrease, increase and decrease. But if the moon was gone, then that would just suddenly disappear, and now that bulge would just start to relax, and that would cause worldwide tsunamis, and could literally, destroy a great deal of the planet and the infrastructure we have on the planet. So there's a lot there. Now, for astronomers, we would say, good, I want the tsunamis. I'll move to the middle of the country, and I'll have the best views all month long, because I won't have a moon destroying my night sky from my deep sky imaging. Meanwhile, you won't have electricity because the power plants are all flooded out on the coast. So I think that's pretty funny. But that's a good question. So if you have any others, let me know, because Keith is still typing to Paul, I think, right now. But you can go ahead and do that.
I'm here.
Oh, you are there. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Going to
Keith, that's funny. Look at World Guy. He says, Keith.exe has stopped responding. Do you want to close it? That's funny. Yeah, just
Sorry, I was trying to read the chat, and then I was trying to read Paul's message, and then I was trying to adjust the thing at the same time. Though I was listening to you, and it all just kind of got jumbled up.
Yeah.
So what? Did you ask me something?
No, I didn't ask you anything. No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh yeah, the subliminal advertising. No, that was just me hitting the wrong button.
I was like, boom. Giant, it was like P&K. Oh, where'd it go?
Yeah, well, see, I was gonna start using the P&K background. This, you'll see it pop up on screen.
Like the watermark it?
Well, somebody told me to that actually you can have that in the background at like 2%.
Yeah, watermark it.
Yeah, and then if
So it's a
somebody
watermark.
tries to take the video and adjust anything on it, it would show through. But I'm like, I was like, well, if they want to take and use it, just do it.
Well, what are they going to have? A narrow little band otherwise?
Well, look what
P&K's on there.
Yeah, well, look what happened with the one UFO video before we identified it. What's his name from Disclosure TV or whatever? What's it? Scott Waring grabs the clip of it, and then all of a sudden starts saying that it's a smart craft that's controlled by aliens, and then the Daily Mirror picks it up, and then it's just and the next thing you know, you got it all over Mexico and all that stuff, and it's like, guys.
Yeah.
I was, and everybody's like, "Where is this observatory in Florida that he wrongly credited? Because we're not really an observatory." So everybody's like, "Well, there's not an observatory in Miami, so this has to be a fake video." And it's just and even got onto your favorite site, which is Above Top Secret. They're like, "Well, we can't find any observatory," and I'm like, I wanted to respond to it. But I'm like, nah, never mind. Just forget about it. As soon as Scott Waring got involved, we were like, screw it. We ain't gonna fix it now.
Yeah, I think that Waring has single-handedly done more damage, and he probably thinks he's raising people's awareness.
Yep.
He probably thinks he's doing a good job, But the fact is, he's one of these people that is just muddying the waters with the "you decide if it's real or not," kind of thing.
Oh, but he went out on a limb just saying it's intelligently controlled, it's this and that, and then 2 weeks later we identified it as one of, I think that was the one that was one of the Iridium satellites anyway. And I actually emailed him. I said, listen, can you change your story, because we actually figured out what it was. No response. Left it up.
No, I'm getting clickbait. I'm getting money from this. The hell with you. I'm not going to do that.
It's like, holy moly.
Yeah, well, this is what it is. Yeah, that's exactly right.
What can you do, Mark?
Go down there and
tons
find
and
the
tons
guy.
of channels and fishing for content,
Well, hey, would he have a problem if he showed up at his house with a telephoto and just streamed the inside of his house from a distance? I mean, why not? Is that against the law?
I don't know, but the Daily Mirror, like all those UK tabloids, are even worse because I had 50 emails from the Daily Mirror over in the UK about it. Somehow they got the original source. But then I also had ones, and I'm looking at all these, I'm like, this is the same, the same company owns this newspaper. Yeah. It's like, why do they have to use so many, and some of them were for the same person, just two different newspapers, email. And I'm like, what the?
Yeah. Now, I'm surprised that they don't get a hold of this, when Paul rotates the eyepiece in the camera, in the eyepiece holder, and says, "Moon caught flipping upside down. Geomagnetic shift on the pole occurring right now. Look, here it is live." Paul turns the camera.
We have people that make comments, which is what I'm actually still working on the comment video. I have it started. I just got to get it done. But basically, it's just a video of all the complete stupid comments that we have gotten. That people that take themselves so seriously, like they're uncovering something. She's like, the one lady was like, why did the camera disappear and all of a sudden it came back on and the moon was a different direction? And I'm like, because he took it out of the small scope and put it into the big scope. Like, she wasn't getting that. He took the camera out of one telescope and put it into another one, which is what he does when he switches from the big scope to the wide field. But you had to go dark so we can switch to CGI or something like that. You know what I mean? And then we had another lady saying, "Oh, you." I
was just playing with that. I would play up to that and say, "Yeah, actually, you're right. You're right. We did. Don't tell anybody, okay?"
Especially when I want to go through and answer people's legitimate questions, like people like, "What's this part of the moon?" or "What crater was that?" I want to answer them like, "Oh, do you have a recommendation for a new telescope? I should get for a beginner?" I'd rather answer the questions like that all day.
Yeah.
Than somebody. But we had the one lady that I can guarantee you she's the one that comes in here almost every night besides John Walson and thumbs down the video every night just for the hell of it. She says she's like, how are you not seeing all these moon bases in these craters? Look at them. They're buildings. And I tried to explain to her. Actually, you had talked to her one time too on one of the videos in the comments.
Oh, maybe so, bud. Yeah.
And I was like, I tried to explain to him, like, listen, that crater is huge. I was like, those buildings that you were talking about are about 30 miles long. Yeah, I was like, they're not. I was like, they're just called.
Yeah, but people like that will then say, "Oh my gosh, it's even bigger than I thought. It's worse than I thought. They're building even bigger things than I thought." No, that wasn't my point, lady.
And as soon as
my point was that you couldn't possibly have such a large thing like that.
And as soon as you reference NASA, that really sets them off.
Oh,
NASA, never a straight answer, Gertie, her. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we've heard that, 5 million times.
NASA.
Yeah, I'm like, man, NASA just gets shit on for all the good that they've done since their
like
inception.
I said,
I mean, they're
the
dysfunctional,
target.
just like,
they're
the rest of the government. But
they're the target. They are the ones who run spaceborne operations for the country. Yeah. They're not actually the ones that run spaceborne operations. Those are the folks at JPL.
Yeah. You guys want to be mad at somebody? Be mad at the Department of the Navy. Be mad at the Atomic Energy Commission. They're the ones that have everything to do with Area 51 and, all that S4 and all that Bob Lazar stuff. Those are the people hiding that, not NASA.
Yeah. Bob Lazar friended me in Facebook the other day.
I want to talk to him.
Yeah, he friended me in Facebook. I'm gonna actually
get him on here.
All right, I'll do that. I'll do that right now.
Actually, you can do it on either channel. You know, that would be a good get for your stream.
Well, I'd love to do that, but I'm doing 5 things in the observatory at one time. So
you want me to do it?
Yeah.
I'll do
it. You and Amanda can talk to the guy. You know, while I run the telescope.
Oh yeah, I'll be respectful and everything. I just got a lot of questions for the guy. You know, because truthfully, I'm one of the few people. Well, it seems like one of the few people anyway that actually believe the guy. You know,
I actually think that he has plenty to say that has some substantiation behind it, because he actually has shown that he has done the work he said he'd done.
Yeah.
But the people that doubt him say. He never worked there. That's a lie. Why? Well, I don't believe him. But why? He produced
they don't believe
proof.
About S4, but they did have proof about his what's the one in New Mexico? The
Alamogordo?
No, the
Sandia?
The study place. Man, my brain is not working.
Not Sandia Labs.
No, the other labs. Big. Everybody talks about him.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's the ones. Exactly.
Man, why can't I think of it?
Because you're tired. You didn't get as much sleep as you
tired.
thought.
I'm on my 4th wind. I should be good. Anyway, they do have a pay slip from him from that place.
Yeah.
In New Mexico. But I hear you typing. You're probably looking it up now, so we can name it.
I'm gonna find out. Los Alamos.
Los Alamos. There you go.
There we go. That's what I thought. I was trying to get to it myself. I was trying to think of it, and I couldn't think of it, so I had to look it up. You're right.
So they did retrieve a pay stub from Los Alamos, but nothing from S4 and Department of Naval Intelligence.
Yeah.
But with this, I tend to believe it. I'm not on Stanton Freeman's side on this. I think he is legit. I think he did see what he saw. There's no real reason. I mean, he doesn't even want to be in the spotlight, and I will praise you if you actually get him for an interview or something, because he doesn't do them anymore. He doesn't want to. He'd rather you not believe what he's saying at this point in his career, because he said it's bad for his business. He did an interview with George Knapp. Yeah, the last couple of years on the anniversary or something.
Yeah, but he did it for our MUFON symposium. He was actually doing it with George Knapp at our symposium.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that's where he did it, I believe. No.
Oh.
No, that's not in Vegas. No, this was I was actually at the symposium, and I actually missed the interview. At the time, so I couldn't understand why I missed that. But I don't, like I said, I don't have any pull with the guy. He friended me. I don't know what that means. Maybe he says, this guy, I've seen him before. Maybe he did that, but we'll see what happens. But I'd have to start up a conversation with the guy and even think of it and feel him out. If he doesn't want to be involved, I'm going to respect that. Because he's crazy that way. He's like most people. You don't want to be bugged by people asking the same question over and over and over.
Very true. I mean, that would be just a good get for an interview. I mean, of course, once again, I've been trying, just because once again our weekends have sucked. But I still got, Amy Title in the tank. I still got Fraser Kane in the tank. I still got Tom Savini, the special effects expert, in the tank.
Oh,
They're all ready to go.
Is, yeah.
And Thierry Legault is a big one that I want to get on because of his study and what I now consider the debunked John Walson stuff. And I have to say this about John Walson.
You mean the guy that got on Coast to Coast in July?
Yeah. I have to say this about John Leonard Walson. Okay, his imaging is great. His moon imaging is great. All right, and what he does. The part that I have a problem with is his spaceships. Which is why I want to have Thierry Legault on, because Thierry Legault literally made structures out of a star Vega.
I saw that.
So I mean, it looked like they had structure to them. It looked like they had windows and stuff like that, and he did all that and proved that it is a camera effect, which is the way you set your camera up. And he had stuff looking exactly like John Leonard Walson's spaceships, quote unquote. So,
Yeah,
but
and
I'm not
the
taking
thing about-
anything away from Walson's imagery of anything else. His moon imagery is great. He's getting really top optical form out of what he does there. But claiming that there's a spaceship, that's where I have to draw the line and actually whether he's doing it intentionally or not.
I have a problem with him saying that there are spaceships that are just sitting out there. It's like, wait a minute. Do you not understand orbital mechanics?
Yeah.
It has to be in an orbit. You can't just sit out there unless it's a geosync location, like 22,500 miles out. And that means that the size of your imagery would probably make this thing miles across at the distance, And of course, that wouldn't be the case because then we'd all see it.
Yeah.
It would be obvious in the sky. But no. I mean, it's like it can't be just sitting out there. That's what I have a problem with.
Well, supposedly what gives it away is the light and dark areas of his imagery.
I
was
saw
saying
that.
You can't see, a part that's really lit and a part that's like, say, right next to it not being. The sunlight has to be coming from a direct area.
That's correct.
And it was all over the place with those images, which is what made him think that it was actually being done in camera. And he proved it right. He has so many images up of him making structures out of stars that just, it debunks it 100%. But once again, not taking away from John's imaging of the moon and whatnot. It's really stellar stuff, really good stuff. But when it comes to the spaceships and being docked in orbit or whatever, it's total nonsense.
Totally ridiculous. And I just found that to be like, first of all, scientifically he was wrong. Just from a scientific, orbital mechanics point of view, he was absolutely embarrassingly wrong. And I'd say that to him if he was on right now. I'd tell him that. So it's like, why he would go down that path if he wasn't even qualified to make those judgments is beyond me. So I don't.
Because it's easier.
Well, it's easy to make these things up, I guess.
He's been in
It's
this
always
field
easier.
for how long? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And passing off these spaceships at least since 2007.
Yeah.
And what he should have been doing the whole time is actually showing people his awesome views of the moon, which are really good.
Yeah.
Instead of worrying
Well, I
about
don't know. Yours are looking pretty good here. I think that, Paul's getting some really good zooms.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Paul's quickly becoming an expert at what he does.
And he's rivaling, if not exceeding, Walson's abilities.
Yeah, and for some reason, Walson's also has like a, I don't know, almost like it's almost, I don't want to say over magnified, but it looks like something's off with like the edges, like they get distorted.
Yeah, you told me that. I remember that.
Out, but once again, it's not taking anything away. They're very clear. They're very good. I think he would definitely benefit from either A, using a tripod, or B, mounting his camera or whatever it is into his telescope and leaving it without touching it, because there is a lot of vibration and trying to manually track stuff that doesn't work out too good for him. But besides that, his imaging is great, and if he could get that done, he could be doing some of the best imaging that we've ever seen of the moon.
Yeah.
But no spaceships.
Yeah, why is it that people that do have a good thing, then they seem to sometimes go off the deep end, and then they're doing something that just is patently impossible.
Money.
Well,
we know that the footage was trying to be sold to a Hollywood producer. We know all that collusion between the two.
We know that he wanted to GoFundMe to get a new van to, quote, take his telescope to a dark place.
Yeah. So there has to be some of that in there, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for the guy what his agenda is, but as I said, he could get, if he would just settle down and stop the bullshit and actually just concentrate on doing one thing, which is like either imaging the moon or he'd be golden. He would be golden.
Yeah. At one point, I was actually considering, and I think you were including him in our imaging streams, but it just proved to be too hazardous. And too much work.
A
just loose cannon.
I wanted him just to come on and have an interview about what he was filming. I said he has a free platform. No government agents are going to come in and shut him down or anything like that. I think there is some paranoia there. Whether it's justified or not, I'm not I'm not, gonna say, but I did give him an open mic, and every time it was something happened. My Skype got deleted, this or that, and it never happened.
Yeah.
And that's when I started thinking about it, and that's when, actually, my friend Dazza the Cameraman, if you guys ever heard of his channel, I'm pretty sure some of you have, he's the one that actually turned me on to theory about that, because he was looking into it himself. So, and you know what? I need to get Astronomy Live on here with you, Mark, at some point, because I think I told you this before, that his software, his tracking software, is Mead based. So I want to get you two hook up. Maybe I'll give him your information. Maybe he'll get a hold of you on Skype or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because I've been trying to do a satellite tracking with that Mead. And the problem is that I don't these telescopes, their drives are not really smooth when it comes to trying to track something like that, because they're little tiny stair steps.
Yeah.
Like a little left, little down, little left, little down, little left, little down. And they're all little tiny stair steps. And they're not really that smooth, but overall, you can get a fairly smooth run if you actually have the track going. And a satellite doesn't move that fast. We might actually be able to do it. I'd like to see it.
Right. Well, I'll definitely get his info, or I'll give him your info, and he might just hit you up on the channel on Skype, and then you guys can figure it out from there. That way I don't have to be a middleman for it.
No, that's okay. You can be involved.
I don't need to be involved. I mean, there's nothing really for me. As I said, it's Mead-based. Paul's using all Celestron stuff, so I'm pretty sure it can be adapted later. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can adapt it later to Celestron software and whatnot. But for this one, for the alpha and beta test, it's better off, just straight on Mead, and you have pretty much. Is your mount Mead as well? Did that come with the? Tube?
No. Well, the wedge shape, the equatorial wedge is a Mead heavy duty, extra sized, robust wedge. But the rest of the mount I had made custom. It was a steel pier that I had a metal shop up the street make.
Right.
And they kind of got involved and excited about the observatory project, so they basically gave me all their products at cost, basically, and a little below their cost, actually. They kind of just absorbed it, I think, into the rest of their stuff. Very nice, very good people.
All right, let me do some wrap-up questions here, see if anybody sent any.
Okay, dog. I'll just wait here.
Holy moly. Okay.
Moly holy. Who is a moly holy?
By the way, Amanda, no, that is not the message you sent me. That is not Dazza. It's Dazza the Cameraman. DAZZA THECAMERAMAN. Dazza, all one word. Dazza the Cameraman, I believe. He's a debunker from New Zealand. All right, let's see. Where did I stop at? You know any updates on the James Webb Telescope? He says they keep pushing the launch further and further away.
Well, yeah, I think that the James Webb, whatever the issues are, unfortunately, I mean, they're trying to push a telescope out into like the Lagrange point somewhere, and the systems have to be able to survive for many years. If you're going out that far, you don't have to worry about atmospheric drag pulling it back down like the Hubble telescope. But you also can't service it like you can the Hubble telescope. So once it's there, it's got to be in perfect shape. So I have a feeling that they keep running into some late tests, late problems with it.
I'd rather them push that thing back as far as they have to, considering it's got to be done right the first time to the
Yes,
T.
This is going to sniff and be able to see, exoplanet atmospheres. Now, the primary instruments on the James Webb Telescope are infrared. It's an infrared telescope. Spitzer was an infrared telescope, right? So, the infrared universe came clear when we first saw it through Spitzer, and now James Webb's going to be doing this, but it's going to have an ability to see and focus more on these atmospheres around these exoplanets, if there's any. And it'd be great to be able to go to like TRAPPIST-1, say, and see if any of those planets do indeed have an atmosphere. So if they do, and we see, spectral signatures, that's how we'll see them, of, say, oxygen, then we know that there may be life there. Why would I say that? Just because we see oxygen doesn't mean we have life, right? That's what people will say.
Right.
Except if the universe is any indicator, like it is on Earth, and I just wrote a post about this, it turned out to be an article actually, the other day. If the Earth is any indicator, then oxygen does mean something for life. Why? Because oxygen in a planetary atmosphere isn't long-lived. If you have a certain amount of oxygen that's in a planetary atmosphere, it will very quickly bind up with other elements and become something else. So if there's a lot of iron in the soils, the oxygen will combine with the iron and become iron oxide or rust. Okay, and if you have an ocean, then the oxygen may actually be dissolved into the ocean and form other compounds, merge with the bottom sediments and become other compounds. Okay, just like the oceans rip carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere very effectively. They're carbon sinks, and you get calcium carbonate, okay, and limestones, all from ocean dissolved carbon dioxide. So, if we see oxygen in an atmosphere, it means that something is replenishing it, because it would actually disappear in a fairly short time if it was in the atmosphere in one big amount from the formation of the planet. So an overabundance of oxygen, or an abundance of any oxygen in an atmosphere, amounts to something called disequilibrium. It's not an equilibrium state for the planet. The planet's not in equilibrium. It's out of equilibrium. It's in disequilibrium. So an extra oxygen supply means that something is replenishing the oxygen, and that, you see, is very, very interesting to the planetary folks. To me, I'm very interested in this, because if we see oxygen, that's a planet we want to look at for that reason.
Very nice.
Yeah. And by the way, I saw a comment before that someone had mentioned something. They were talking about thorium, and someone said thorium is made in supernovae. Actually, that thinking has actually changed. They don't think thorium is actually a supernova product any longer. They think it was actually a merging neutron star result. Now it's one of the elements produced by merging neutron stars, along with uranium and gadolinium, europium, and dysprosium, and what's the other ones? There's several more, erbium, and so forth.
Deantonium.
Deantonium and plutonium, in fact. They think that merging neutron stars actually produce almost all of that stuff now. But that's the research as of now. It could change.
Sandy Gibson asked, why do you think we haven't gone back to the moon? Money.
Yeah, money and no political gain.
Yep.
However, wait until they discover that, or wait until they actually, private industry gets the go-ahead to actually go ahead and do it. Private industry is going to go to the moon, and they're going to make billions of dollars, because they're going to start mining.
Why do they need a go-ahead?
I think that there's a lot of problems. The U.S. government doesn't just want anybody launching willy-nilly into space, and they do regulate that. So when Elon Musk wants to launch and go into space, he can't just do it. He has to go through government agencies. He has to go through everybody. They have to plan it. They have to make sure that they're not punching holes in the ozone layer to any serious extent, which every rocket launch does. So they can't just. They have to get the go-ahead to even launch a rocket. As far as permission to go to the moon, well, that's another thing, and that's sort of a sticky wicket, because no one can claim the moon as their own territory, and that's understood. But that may not stop corporations from stopping another company from mining their claim on the moon, especially if they find something very valuable up there that is valuable for Earth type stuff like gold or whatever. But as I said the other night, I think was it on your stream I was talking about this?
I think so.
I might have talked about the differentiation when the moon was cooling. The heavier elements would tend to go toward the center, just like on the Earth. But on the Earth, we have something the moon doesn't have. We have plate tectonics, which tends to form a little mixing pot. Basically, plate tectonics are very slow motion convection cells. Like in a pot of boiling water, if you look at the edges of the convection cells, you know, those are kind of like tectonic plates. You know, they spread apart in some areas, they dive under each other in other areas, but it's not exactly the same. It's a flawed model, but it gives you a rough idea. And you know, and it's also in very fast motion, but in reality, tectonic plates move very, very slowly, of course, at only 2 centimeters a year, roughly, for the mid-Atlantic spreading ridge. But the bottom line is that when you look at how these tectonic plates do bring up inner, mantle material and make it surface crustal material, this mixing, so to speak, does make available to us some of these heavier materials that were sinking toward the middle more of the Earth over time. But this tectonic action only pulls stuff from the upper part of the mantle anyway. But there's still enough of this other stuff down there that we can actually eventually see it, and we see what's been mixed and thrust up into previous spreading ridges from many millions of years ago. So it's pretty cool, and I like how we can actually get at this stuff. But that doesn't happen on the moon, so I don't expect that they're going to find a huge deposit of, say, gold on the moon, nor a deposit of uranium that's very obvious on the moon, because the moon never really had tectonic plates to actually do any of this upwelling from the mantle of the materials that might have been spread throughout the mantle.
I just want to make an announcement real quick. For anybody, and just because this guy does not stream very often anymore, but I just want to let everybody know that Take Back Space is actually live right now. I'm not sure what he's imaging, because I personally can't go to his channel because of everything I got going on here. But Take Back Space is live right now, Chris, over there. Feel free to jump over there, say hi. He does great imaging as well. He's out of Tampa. So go over there, and if one of the mods can post a link to Take Back Space, that'd be great. And just jump over there and say howdy. Tell him Keith sent you, and check it out. And that might be another channel you guys might want to subscribe to. He does really good work. He doesn't do it as much as he used to. Hopefully he'll be back into it soon. So yeah, go over there, jump over and to Take Back Space, and tell Chris Keith sent you over to check it out. Good channel.
I don't see him live anywhere.
Yeah. I hope he didn't just end.
Is it Take Back Space TV?
Yeah, it's Take Back Space TV.
Well, let's go see.
Yeah, he's usually got a telescope and camera running, and he's usually playing music on the guitar and stuff, and just it's a real chill hangout area if you just want to sit back and watch.
He's live. Yeah, he's definitely playing music that's not.
Yeah. Be sure to tell him Keith sent you, because I sent him a message on Facebook because I wanted him to come on as a guest one of these nights too, but he hasn't got back to me yet. And I sent it, I think, yesterday or Thursday, which is kind of yesterday, and it's just surprising to see him on tonight too. After that, so yeah, good channel, good guy. Was one of the originals when we started, when me and Paul started. He promoted us a lot, to his fan base. So hopefully I can return the favor a little bit and go check him out. Really good channel.
Well, you already got Amanda and Genghis and Duplicat went over, said hi. Morgello went over. So
and nobody told him Keith said hi. I tell you, what's going on? What can you do?
Yeah, I'll say it now. Keith from P&K says we should not go to your channel because you're taking away his viewers. Ba-dum-bum. That's cool.
I love it. Yeah, he does. He was really good when we first started. We were usually streaming at the same time because Florida. But it also came in handy with actually cross-referencing. If we saw anything cross, we can jump to him and see if he saw it from the Tampa point of view, which came in handy.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully a lot of people go there and check it out. Another good channel.
That's cool.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to wrap up our Skype chat anyway. I'll let music play the rest of the time. I'm going to get ready to wrap up. I'll probably wrap up around 1:30 or so, and that way it gives me 3 hours or so to
no time to sleep.
Zonk out. But yeah, Mark, once again, thanks for coming on for this short time. as we
Yeah,
always
which
say.
I never realized. I never realized that time flies. It happens all the time. When I do talks at conferences, it's just, they're always telling me, you got 5 minutes. It's like, well, I just started, didn't I? It's like, as soon as it happens, I lose track of time, even though I have a timer.
Yeah.
Because there's always so many things to say, so much to talk about.
And it doesn't
feel
like
leaving
3
people
hours,
in a lurch.
3 hours and 15 minutes worth, anyway.
No. I never like leaving people in a lurch. I don't like saying something they don't understand and then just roll past it. Meanwhile, they're left in that. What did he say? What's that mean? What does that part mean? What did he mean by that?
Yeah.
I don't like doing that. I like explaining. Make sure they understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's what makes you a good teacher. Once again, just talking about Amish guys, what he said, he's putting stuff in things I can understand. Like he's comparing it, and using to actually, so I understand what he's talking about with the bigger words and stuff like that. I thought that was pretty neat. Which is why people are just, at conferences get attracted to when you're talking, and once again, why people hang out, on streams like this, because they get sucked in and they're learning without knowing that they're learning. So. That's great.
People are always thirsty for knowledge, no matter what, and it's nice to see people. Nice to see people do this. Nice to see people do it and support it. I think that's very important.
Yeah, it's definitely a growing community on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I love being a part of it. So,
yeah.
Once again, I thank you, Marc. Marc from FX Models, Sky Tour Livestream, Marc D'Antonio. He's also got a conference coming up on, what was the dates again?
Yeah, September 14, 15, 16, Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower. And you said you're going to try to stream one of those? You're not sure yet?
I'm going to try. If they're not going to film it, I'm certainly going to. Then, let's see. Then in August, I actually have to shoot another season of What on Earth. They're going to come out from London, actually. So they're going to be here sometime this month. They didn't give me a time yet. They sent me a lot of downloads of documents for the stories to look at. But that'd be cool. And then in September, I do the Devil's Tower thing. October, I do the Leominster Conference. And any other conferences that I'm tentatively been asked to do. Some are in October. But that's far enough in advance, I think, to go. And the rest of the year will play out as it plays out.
Absolutely. And once again, check out Bill New York Skywatcher's channel for the Perseus meteor showers that are coming up more and more every day. It peaks on the 12th, I believe. So that camera's going to be really active.
I have seen some beautiful Perseids already, early skimmers. And they literally, when you see a Perseid, they don't just go psst and they're gone. Sometimes they travel across literally 3/4 of the sky.
Did you see the video Bill put out?
They leave a trail.
Yesterday?
No, I didn't.
He did a thing with all the ones that he's just seen in the last week. I mean, these are really bright greens and blue meteors just flying through the sky, real long tails on them. Yeah, those Sony cameras are just absolutely amazing for this.
Yeah, aren't they? That's why I got one. Stuff. That's why you're going to get one. That's why Paul's going to get one.
Absolutely. But once again, check out Bill New York Skywatcher. Check out Sky Tour Livestream Marc D'Antonio. We'll link it in the chat there. And thanks again for joining me, buddy.
Sure, man. Hey, have a good night, folks. And thanks for listening to my squeaking through the night here.
We're all learning something. It was great.
Absolutely. Cool, man. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Marc.
Bye.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll wrap up probably around 1:30 or so, and then but I'll let it play out. I'll let the music play. In the meantime, we're gonna do some skimming of the Mar edges there, see if we can't get some detail out of it, and and hopefully Take Back Space TV can take over after we're done. I'm not sure how long he's gonna stream for, but hopefully it's for a little bit since it's the weekend. So here's some music for you, and I'll be back in the chat in about 2 or 3 minutes or so. Have fun, guys.